Don't say sorry for who you are. Endless apologies won't get you far. 'Cause I know that you know that we're in love. Don't say sorry for who you are. Endless apologies won't get you far. 'Cause I know that you know that we're in love. That we're in love.
Domestic Bioplastics Conference will commence now. So, as you know, we have a lot of delegates and participants via online and offline as well. So, I would like to talk about yesterday's conference. So, yesterday we had Mr. Youngjun Ju, Jung Bok-yu, and Lee Chung. And also, we had experts and delegates from the United States, Europe, Japan, China, Thailand, Vietnam. And we had the first International Bioplastics Conference. During the opening session, the Moti talked about the bioplastic ecosystem, and this Incheon metropolitan city talked about its vision and strategy of a white bio industry. And also, the Minister of Foreign Affairs talked about plastic pollution and international treaties. So today we will have, and also yesterday we had 8 presentations. Once again, I would like to welcome all of you to the Domestic Bioplastics Conference. My name is Sun Jung Yang, and I'm a representative of KPIC. Thank you. Today we have a lot of delegates as well. So we have delegates from Busan, Ulsan, and Gwangju. So I would like to thank you for coming all the way. Before we begin, though, we will have a few announcements. After the completion of today's sessions, we will have the VODs of today's conference and presentations. And now, I would like to introduce our VIPs. So as I introduce each and one of the special guests, please give him a big round of applause. We have Mr. Stefan Barrett, Biotech CEO and Chair of the EUVP. And we have Mr. Francisco De, former Chairman of the EUVP and Senior Director of Total Energies Corban. And now, Mr. Yorimasa Shua, Chair of JBPA. And Mr. Supaki Stierong, Professor of Silpakorn University and Chairman of TBIA. And we have Jin and Drew from the KPIC as well. And we have gotten a lot of support from Chungwon Bae of Moti. Please give him a big round of applause. And also the moderator of yesterday's session, we have the chair of KPIC. So he's not here yet. Lastly, we have Mr. Choi Soo-chung, chair of the KPIC. And aside from the special guests I mentioned, due to time constraints, I will not be able to introduce every one of them. Please give all of the special guests a big round of applause. So this has been the introduction of our special guests, and I will brief you on our agenda. So we will have two sessions. So the first session is going to be about bioplastic and the international and domestic technology trends. And after lunch from 1:30 to 3:35, we will have the second session. During the second session, we will take a look at the brand new bioplastic technology and also the case studies. And the Moti will brief you on the white bio industry and ways to strengthen the industry. And starting from 3:55 for 1 hour, we will have panel discussion. And you might have noticed that we have an exhibition going on, and we have multiple booths in place. And aside from that, we have the job fair, and we have the posters displayed as well. And now we will commence the domestic bioplastic conference. And the first session, welcome remarks will be delivered by Chairman Jung of KPIC. Please give him a big round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am chairman of the Korea Plastics Industry Cooperative, Choi Soo-jung. Under the slogan of returning plastics to nature beyond our daily lives, the second domestic bioplastics conference is being held today. I would like to thank all the participants from the plastics industry and relevant organizations for attending this conference. Thank you very much. Yesterday, right here, with the presence of representatives from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy and the Incheon Metropolitan Government and the Korean National Assembly and related organizations. We had an opening ceremony for the 2022 International and Domestic Bioplastics Conferences, which was followed by the International Bioplastics Conference for promoting bioplastics. On day 2 today, we are here with you to hold the domestic conference. Plastics have many advantages per se, so they have been widely used across industries and in daily lives. But inappropriate post-use management of plastics has caused various environmental problems. In recognition of these problems, the Korean government had been imposing post-use treatment costs on the producers of synthetic resin materials since 40 years ago. And 20 years ago, the government started to charge plastic product manufacturers with plastic waste management taxes. As such, the government has continued a simple but complacent measure to suppress the generation of plastics. However, in 2018, China banned the import of plastic waste, and in 2022, Korea was swept by the COVID-19 pandemic. As a result, domestically, plastic waste generation has increased, and marine ecosystem issues caused by microplastics have also emerged. Against this backdrop, bioplastic technology is being in the spotlight as a solution to environmental problems. The newly launched Korean government made it clear that one of the national agenda is developing measures to foster bioplastics as a new industry to address social problems such as climate crisis. It is long overdue, but an inevitable decision. I'm looking forward to relevant departments moving forward with the task swiftly and positively. In order to actively respond to climate change and global warming, the government should implement the policies for meeting the 2050 carbon neutrality target, while the plastic industry carries out ESG activities such as reducing carbon emissions and plastic waste. Today's domestic conference consists of presentation sessions and a panel discussion on domestic and international trends in biodegradable plastics with the participation of experts and officials from raw material and product manufacturers and circulators. I'd like to request your attention and engagement throughout. In closing, once again, I would like to thank all the executives and staff from the industry and related organizations for participating and extending their support in organizing this event. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Mr. Chung. So it's been Mr. Chung, the chair of KPIC. As you know, globally the use of plastic is being regulated and single-use goods are withdrawn. So going forward, the bioplastic market will grow dramatically. So I hope the collaboration amongst the industry, academia, research institutions, and the government vitalizes the further growth of the industry. And now, under the catchphrase of plastic, going beyond our daily lives and going back to the nature, so we will commence the morning session. The first presentation will be delivered by Mr. Rose Evans, and he will touch upon the United States plastic industry, bioplastic industry trends and policies. So he has joined us online, and please give him a big round of applause.
Thank you very much for inviting me to speak with you today. I'm sorry that I cannot join you in person. My name is Rhodes Yepsen. I'm Executive Director of the Biodegradable Products Institute in the United States. So what I'd like to talk to you today a little bit is about our organization, the Biodegradable Products Institute, the connection of food scraps and compostable plastics to the circular economy and climate change, some initiatives that are happening in the United States with legislation to address compostable packaging, plastics, and climate change, and a few case studies. So briefly, a little bit about BPI and myself. I joined the Biodegradable Products Institute back in 2015. I've been in the compostable plastics industry for about 15 years. And I joined BPI really to help advocate for the value of certified compostable packaging in diverting organic waste to composting. I also serve on the US Plastics Pact Advisory Council. And I joined BPI to really support its longstanding mission. It was formed back in 1999 to promote the production, use, and appropriate end of life for materials that fully biodegrade in specific environments, such as composting. It's important to note that our organization focuses on multiple parts of the value chain. So we're not just looking at the production of bioplastics, we're also looking at the appropriate use of those materials and applications and getting them successfully composted and diverted at the end of the life. We're best known for our certification, which is the foundation of our organization, where we're providing technically and scientifically credible means for companies to conduct testing and make claims on finished products and raw materials. We also have education programs where we're driving awareness around the use of these compostable materials, the context in what they're used, in which they're used, and how they can help facilitate diversion of materials from landfills. And then we have an advocacy program where we're actively working with governments and businesses on the opportunities to actually collect these materials and divert them so that they can be successfully composted. Our board of directors is made up of our member companies. You can see a wide variety of companies here that again cover the full range of the value chain. We have raw material producers producing the bioplastics themselves. We have converters of these materials, making food service items into compostable food service items, food packaging. We have brands who are also using that packaging to package their food. And we have a composter on our board of directors as well, Atlas Organics, that collects and processes materials so that we're able to cover the full span of our mission, from the production, use, and appropriate end of life. So a little bit about our certification. Certification for compostable materials involves multiple steps and different parties. BPI essentially orchestrates and helps guide companies through the process to make sure that it's done efficiently. We're certifying materials, ingredients, and finished items. And the first step when companies approach BPI is looking at the eligibility of what they would like to certify. The items must be associated with food or other materials that composters are looking to collect for composting. The product must be able to be labeled, and it cannot be something that's a better fit for recycling. Once we've gone through eligibility checks, we then help companies through testing at BPI-approved laboratories. The laboratories test according to ASTM standards. This moves through to a third-party technical review. We partner with Dinsertco for our technical review. It then comes back to BPI. We do art review. We check how the certification marks are going to be used, claims that are going to be made, and we issue a license for the use of the mark. And then we publish a full list of products in our online database that is searchable to the public. So that shows the general flow of how certification works. At the core, for all certifications, it's important for compostability and biodegradation to be using independent standards. BPI uses ASTM standards D6400 and 6868. D6400 is for plastic materials. D6868 is for products that include paper, where maybe the bioplastic is a coating or an adhesive. These standards are very similar to ISO international standards and the EN standards in Europe. And what's important to note, and why certification is so critical for compostability, is that it's not just one test that a product or material has to meet in order to claim compostability. It's actually multiple tests that a product has to meet. The most notable one when people think about compostability tends to be disintegration, which is that the physical visual breakdown of the finished item in a compost pile. Just as important is biodegradation in a composting environment, where the individual ingredients are measured to determine that the organic carbon in the plastic can actually be utilized as a food by the microorganisms in the compost pile, where we measure the carbon dioxide that comes off of the test samples. There also are a series of tests to make sure there are no adverse impacts on the compostable packaging for the finished compost. This includes plant toxicity testing and heavy metals. So these form the baseline of any certification for compostability. On the other side, certifiers put down extra requirements that help ensure that the product will get successfully used and composted. So on the right-hand side of my screen, you can see things that BPI has implemented in addition to the base standards at ASTM. These are all focused on market demands, threats from the marketplace, and ensuring that we get items successfully collected and composted. The first is around fluorinated chemicals, which have been a big concern in the composting industry. And so BPI implemented a ban on the use of fluorinated chemicals in compostable packaging. I already mentioned our eligibility criteria, which is the first step when somebody applies for certification. We want to make sure that the items being designed for compostability are things that can be collected and have systems in place to get them successfully composted. Also, part of the eligibility is making sure that the item can be labeled so that consumers and composters actually know what bin to put the item in at the end of its life. So I'd like to explain a little bit about the eligibility criteria of making sure that the item is connected to food scraps and other materials that composters accept. This is really important. And as we heard in the opening remarks this morning, there's a big urgency in not just solving for plastics in the environment and ensuring that we have better recycling and end of life, but also the connection of packaging to climate change. In this sense, compostable packaging has a very exciting value proposition. When we think about the circular economy, we're traditionally thinking about the blue cycles in the circular economy, where it's mostly about improved systems for use and reuse, refurbishment, reduction of materials, and recycling. When we're talking about compostability, we're looking at the biological cycle, the green set of the circular economy, which is an entirely separate set of cycles and loops, a different collection system, frequently different inputs, and different ways of processing. Specifically, when we're thinking about plastic packaging in the circular economy, again, the majority of that plastic is going to be solved through the use and reuse systems and recycling. So that blue set of cycles in the circular economy. Yes, there is an opportunity, as you can see here, for renewably sourced virgin feedstock to go into this. So bioplastics that are either durable for reuse or that can be still recycled either through mechanical or chemical recycling. And that, again, is going to make up the majority of the plastics in packaging. What I've circled in red is that there is a portion of plastics packaging that can be redesigned for the biological cycle, for composting. But it's a much smaller piece coming off of this diagram, and for a good reason. We're really talking about materials that are associated with food scraps and that can be successfully composted. And I think this is what makes compostability such an exciting proposition for the bioplastics industry. Again, when we're faced with major issues related to climate change, suddenly packaging has a really positive story to tell. If food loss and waste were its own country, it would be the third largest greenhouse gas emitter in the world after China and the United States. This shows that this is not some small piece of the global climate change movement, that tackling food waste has incredible importance for climate change. And that's even before we get into potential issues related to sustainable agriculture and food security for people. Why is this such a big issue? When we look at food and the connection to packaging, just looking at the United States, which is very similar to the rest of the world, there's a lot of material that is generated that goes to landfills. We do an okay job in many places of collecting and recycling certain materials, but we have a long way to go. And when we look at the amount of MSW, that's municipal solid waste, that is ending up in landfills, still, after all of our best efforts for reducing and recycling and composting, food is the #1 material being landfilled. This shows why that's such a huge greenhouse gas emitter and climate change impact. And it also shows that just solving for the packaging alone is not going to get us there. Yes, packaging is also a big portion of what's ending up in landfills. Redesigning a portion of that to be recyclable or reusable, and then a portion that is connected to that food will not only help divert the packaging from landfills, but also help facilitate the diversion of the food itself. It is often tangled in plastic that makes it hard to compost the food. This means that it's incredibly important as we look at the development of bioplastics and compostable packaging to also be looking at the systems in which this will play and make sure that we're supporting policies that are not only in favor of compostable packaging, but also for the collection programs and processing that we need to be able to receive our materials. In the United States, there are 4,700 composting facilities, which is a huge number. It covers a large portion of our communities. However, only 10% of those facilities take food scraps. Taking food scraps for composting tends to be more challenging and cost intensive. It can have odor issues if you don't manage it well. And because it is more costly, it has been much slower to get adopted around the United States. Even fewer facilities actually accept packaging with that food due to contamination concerns from all of the conventional plastic packaging. The other side of this is, besides the composting facilities, just like a recycling facility, is the actual collection infrastructure. Again, in the United States, the majority of households have access to curbside recycling for traditional recycling, but it's less than 10% of the US households that have access to curbside or drop-off programs for food scraps for composting. So this has been a big focus of our industry in the United States as we advance compostable packaging, is looking at these factors of collection programs and processing capacity. That takes us to state and federal legislation in the United States and a few examples. I know policy can be a little bit hard to understand, especially in a different language and in a different country's context, so I'll do my best to make it as simple as possible. One of the primary drivers for the growth of the compostable plastics industry in the United States have been state laws defining what compostability is. These states, primarily California, Maryland, and Washington, have restricted the use of the term compostable to only products that have met the ASTM specifications for compostability, the D6400 and 6868. That means you cannot sell or market for sale a product in those states as compostable unless it has met these specifications. It also goes and prohibits certain terms, such as biodegradable or consumer products, because that can be confusing to consumers. They might not know what bin to put it in. Composting has a much more specific end of life. California more recently looked to BPI and all of those eligibility criteria that we talked about beyond meeting the compostability specifications to really make sure, again, that they were responding to the needs for collection programs and composters who were struggling to successfully compost packaging. So they made sure that compostable packaging in the state of California similarly does not have intentionally added PFAS, that the items that are claimed as compostable must be designed to be associated with food scraps and other materials composters accept, and they have to be appropriately labeled. Washington has done something similar in that state with strict labeling laws for compostable packaging, making sure that compostable bags and films are tinted green, and that compostable food service items are either tinted green or brown or have some type of stripe or strip on the product to make it easy to identify. These oftentimes are things that are received with mixed feelings from the compostable products industry. They're extra costs, extra burdens for our industry to go through that conventional plastics don't have. What we try to remind companies going through this, who sometimes are frustrated, is that the reason we have put these policies in place, both at BPI and that state governments are following, is to make sure that we learn from some of the difficulties and mistakes of the conventional plastics industry that has led to such a low recycling rate and plastics being leaked into the environment. As I've mentioned, we're not just looking at policies that are directly about compostable plastics, because we know that some of the other things that can either enable the growth of our industry or significantly hurt our value proposition has to do with the collection and processing. So we're also looking at policies that can support the collection and processing. At the state level, there is a big push to tackle climate change and short-lived climate pollutants, specifically looking at food scraps in landfills. So as we saw, that is one of the major greenhouse gas emitters around the world, is food scraps, food waste. And so California and Washington, besides having these laws for plastic packaging and compostable labeling, also have very recent laws and regulations that require all communities to offer curbside food scrap collection for businesses and households. And the reason for that is specifically to tackle short-lived climate pollutants. Other states in the US, on the eastern part of the United States, have taken a slightly less aggressive approach. So Massachusetts, Vermont, Connecticut, New Jersey, New York, and Maryland have taken baby steps towards these organic waste diversion laws, targeting businesses that generate a large volume of food scraps each month. So think of large stadiums, corporate campuses, restaurants, supermarkets that have a lot of food, that predominantly food in their waste stream. If there's a composting facility within a certain mile radius of those large generators of food, in these states, those businesses have to collect and divert the food scraps to composting. Many of those businesses are using compostable packaging to make that happen. On the other side, states are picking up, following what is being done around the world. And it sounds like Korea has had some successes with this already, with looking at how fees on packaging can help fund diversion efforts and make sure that we're being responsible. The United States is just catching up to Europe and parts of Asia with looking at how things like extended producer responsibility fees placed on the sale of packaged goods can help fund the collection and processing of compostables. Traditionally, these EPR, known by the initials, programs are focused on reduction of packaging and recycling of packaging, and they don't typically include bioplastics and funds for composting. A notable example of where this is different is in Italy, where they started off with a traditional extended producer responsibility program, and they were able to break off a separate program specifically for compostable plastics to get funding to composters. We've looked at this model as the United States starts to pass these laws on packaging, and we've successfully gotten composting language into Colorado and California's programs to make sure that composters are eligible for funding that is being collected off of the sale of compostable packaging, rather than having compostable packaging end up funding recycling of materials that compostable plastics cannot go into. We found strong partnerships with the US Composting Council, our national agency promoting composting, to help us promote these policies around the United States. Some federal policies are also moving forward, but our federal government is a little bit slower to act than the states. We've been looking at funding initiatives for grants and loans for food scrap composting to help transition those 4,700 yard waste composting facilities to be able to take food. We think the federal government has a role to play with grants and loans. The Recycling and Composting Accountability Act is advancing through our government right now, looking at how to research and report on collection programs so we have better data. And part of our recently passed Inflation Reduction Act, besides tackling inflation, is looking at climate change mechanisms and is giving a significant amount of money to our Natural Resource Conservation Service that helps farmers, including how to use compost and make sure that there is sufficient amounts of compost entering our agriculture. I'd like to wrap up with just a few quick case studies. There are many more examples of this, but as I noted, as businesses start to look at the large volume of food that they have, primarily if we think about stadiums, there's a lot of food and a lot of single-use packaging that is not recyclable. You have tens of thousands of visitors coming to large sporting events. These sporting events have really shown that it is possible to have extremely high diversion rates, above 90% of waste being diverted from these stadiums, despite having tens of thousands of people coming to enjoy themselves and not necessarily looking to do anything challenging, by switching all of the single-use items over to compostable, making it much easier to divert the materials. So here's an example of the University of Colorado, so a university stadium, as well as a professional sports team in Seattle, which again was able to hit 96% diversion rate through the use of compostable products. And you can see it's a little bit small, but the chart at the bottom shows that in the early 2000s, this stadium was only diverting 12% of their waste. Recycling was just not able to get them where they needed to go. And it was only once they implemented their composting program in 2010 that they jumped to 70% and then eventually hit 96% in 2017. So you can see here that we have a really positive story to tell. There's a lot of complexity in developing and marketing compostable packaging. And being able to show the connection to food scraps gives us a really positive story to tell beyond just packaging for the climate change movement. So thank you again so much for having me speak to you all today. I'm sorry that I cannot be there in person. Hopefully the next time you have this conference, I can join you in Korea. Thank you.
It was Mr. Lo's events. He just presented the trends and policies in the U.S. bioplastics industry. And he also presented many good practices in the United States. Currently, in Korea, we do not have the collection system for biodegradable bioplastics. It was a great presentation. Since we do not have a panel discussion for this Mr. Lowe's, I would like to take one question for him because he cannot participate in the wrap-up panel discussion. So without any question, I would like to move on to the next presentation. If you have any questions regarding his presentation, please send your questions in writing, then we will address them later. Let's move on to the next presentation. So SKC's Mr. Lee Chang-jun will make a presentation about the company's development and production of bioplastics. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Chang Jun-ho from SKC. I'd like to talk about PLA film development and applications by our company. At the end of last year, there was the UNFCCC Conference of the Parties. About 200 countries in the world gathered at the conference. As you all know, they agreed on the target to limit the global temperature rise to 1.5 Celsius degrees. To meet this target, by 2030, global net greenhouse gas emissions need to be reduced 43% compared to the level of 2019. The Korean government also adopted such policy line and announced 2050 carbon neutrality strategy. And also, it presented the sub-targets for each sector of the society in our endeavor to the 2050 carbon neutrality. Energy sector, transport, building, and agrofishery sectors targets are presented on the slide. Plastics belong to the waste sector. So there's a target for the waste sector as well. When you look further into the plastics, there are 3 policy directions by the government. First is the reduction of waste. Second, increasing recycling. And third is the development and usage of bioplastics. So there are waste management target, but plastics belong to the waste. So to reduce plastic waste, the same 3 methods are equally important in the same order. Today, my presentation topic is about bioplastic. So first, I need to give you some explanations about the definition of bioplastics. Plastics are based on several ingredients. So we need to see whether they are plant-based or petroleum-based. And also you need to classify plastics into bioplastics or non-bioplastics. The traditional plastic materials need to be abandoned, and we need to transition to biodegradable and bio-based plastics. So starch, PHA, PLA belong to bio-based, biodegradable materials. Today, I'm going to talk about PLA material. But first, I need to introduce my company to you. Why my company is interested in developing PLA plastic. SKC announced its eco-friendly targets. Through its sustainable management report, it published its eco-friendly targets. By 2030, it will achieve plastic net zero. By 2040, greenhouse gas net zero will be achieved. That's the commitment and public pledge by my company. The Korean government announced the 2050 carbon neutrality target. So as part of such endeavor, my company announced these commitments. Maybe plastic net zero might be a new concept to you. My company is basically plastic manufacturer. So basically, we are trying to strike a net zero of produced plastics and waste plastics. So basically, we are trying to recollect plastic wastes by applying new technologies. As I said earlier, in order to achieve sustainability, we have 3 main pillars for our company's growth. First, mobility sector. Second, semiconductor sector. Lastly, eco-friendly material business. So in these three pillars, we are driving growth. So PLA film belongs to eco-friendly business sector. So I'm going to focus my presentation on PLA film from now on. Eco-friendliness require many solutions, and we have presented many different eco-friendly solutions, but we still have many empty spots here. So we need to fill out these empty blank spots. So we have set 3 directions, as mentioned earlier: reduction of plastics, increased recycling, and production of bioplastics. Bioplastics include bio-based, biodegradable plastics. As for products, we deal with resins and also film applications, and we are going to include recycling of plastics. So we are providing the solution to the whole process. To simply put, in order to reduce plastics, we have launched Limex resin. In order to expand recycling, we launched eco-level film, which can be easily recycled. And also, we adopted pyrolysis oil, and we presented PCR films to achieve more recycling of plastics. And we are using PBAT resin as biodegradable material. And we have BioPET film, and also we have biodegradable Limex, which is bio-based biodegradable material. And PLA also belongs to the category of bio-based biodegradable material. So I'm going to now talk about our PLA films and what needs to be improved in our PLA film products. As you know, PLA film can be degraded very fast. So we put prints on the film and we let it decompose in a compostable conditions, and we saw how long it takes to be completely decomposed. And we found that it took about 3 months. Decomposition means that the final products from degradation are carbon dioxide and water. So it is completely different from disintegration into microplastics. Biodegradable films, it only takes 3 months to be degraded. But when you look at general plastics, it takes more than 500 years to be degraded. So our films are biodegradable. And we needed some public certification for our biodegradable films. Domestically, we received eco-labeling certification. In Europe, we received certifications from Germany's DIN CERTCO, and we also received BPI certifications from the United States. So our PLA films are qualified to be sold domestically and internationally. And we are using PLA resins to produce PLA films. Since we are not making resins, and we got this information from the resin producers that those resins are made from the feedstocks such as corn, sugarcane, and cassava. So our films are biodegradable material when you look at its feedstocks. There are not many certifications for biomaterials, but still we have certifications from the United States and domestic certifications. So we are qualified enough as a biomaterial producer. Another characteristics are like this. SKC's PLA film has effect of reducing carbon emissions. So when you make plastics, the carbon emissions are measured like this. It's shown on the graph. Usually polyester is used compared to PET bottles. PLA film production only generates 20% of CO2s, which are produced by general PET bottles. So its carbon emissions are a lot less than a general PET production. So far, I talked about the PLAs itself, the characteristics of PLA per se. Then what about SKC's PLA film? In terms of processability, there are a few characteristics. The processing temperature is low, just like other PLA. And the temperature is lower than PET. And shrinkage is a little bit slightly higher than the existing ones. So they can be processed into bags or flexible packaging material. In fact, in 2009, our films were used as US sun chip packaging material. In 2009, we succeeded in commercialization of our films for the first time in the world, and it was applied to US snack packaging, sun chips packaging. So what kind of products do we present as PLA films? We have two types of products. The biggest advantage of PLA is that we need to make bags by using single material PLA. And we have two products in that sense. One is plain grade. It is for printing. The other one is heat sealable grade. So we present two types of products, plain grade and heat sealable grade. So let's look at the application cases. These are some examples. The PLA films are not really appropriate for primary packaging material because primary packaging material requires many functions. So they are currently being used as a secondary packaging. For example, packaging for bananas and tofu bundles. And now, let me talk about just limited cases of PLA film being used as primary packaging material. So they are used for packaging single items and single materials, which are not really heavy. For example, vegetables, bread, and straws. As was introduced yesterday, Sansu bottles, the label. So this label is also made from the PLA film that we produce. Generally, sometimes you use paper only for packaging, but sometimes you combine paper and PLA film together. So when you look at a certain tray, you see it's reflecting light. That is a film. As was mentioned earlier, when packaging bananas, the lamination of paper and PLA film is used. So paper trays and shopping bags are usually made from the lamination of PLA film and paper. So this plastic is basically coating the paper so that the water doesn't permeate or doesn't get wet. So this PLA film can be used to laminate or coat paper. You cannot see the pictures very well on this slide. Despite many advantages of PLA film, still PLA films have a lot more to be improved as primary packaging material. So there are 3 areas for improvement. First, noise. Second, barrier properties. Third, biodegradability. As you'll know, when made into packaging materials, PLA film makes more noises. That's the reality. So we need to reduce noises. We also need to improve barrier properties. When you package food, there's an expiration date. So the packaging material can impact the expiration date. So if you have a better permeability, like vapor permeability or air permeability, the content expiration date can be extended. And when it comes to biodegradability, the PLA film needs to be biodegraded faster than now. So our research institutes are working on these 3 areas. Let me now talk about each field, each sector one by one. The current OPP film's noise level is 37 decibels, but our PLA film produces a noise of 55.3 decibels. You might not see it's a big difference, but actually in reality, when you hear those noises, there's a big difference because it's based on log scale. So you can tell, oh, this is made of PLA film based on the big noise. So our research institute is developing PLA films that do not produce high noises. So currently, our research center reduced the noise level to 70 decibels. Still, it needs to be improved further. Regarding barrier properties, the air permeability and water permeability are the main factors. So compared to general PET films, you can see PLA's air permeability and vapor permeability are really high. So we can actually compensate for poor barrier properties after processing, but we want to still increase barrier properties. Our goal is to reach the level of OPP material. Anyhow, PLA foam's vapor permeability is 300. It's really high. So it can be only used as a secondary package material for food And also it can be used as primary packaging material for food that has very short lifespan, very short expiration date. Lastly, we need to improve biodegradability of our PLA films. So they can be decomposed only in industrial compostable conditions. But we need to make them decompose in home compostable conditions. What is home compostable conditions? So basically, those plastic films should be able to be decomposed in your backyard. So currently, our PLA films is at the level of industrial compostable conditions. So it needs to transition to home compostable conditions. PHA has higher biodegradability compared to PLA. So we are trying to mix PHA with PLA to increase biodegradability. So our ultimate goal is to reach home compostable level. This is a newly launched product our company produced. This is the delivery containers. This is food delivery containers. And the PLA film is attached to these containers. Let's say you finished your food contained in this container, and you can easily remove the PLA film from these containers, and the delivery containers can be easily collected and recycled. In closing, I would like to say this. Centering on PLA materials, biodegradable plastic industry should be facilitated and boosted. Plastic materials, are we going to stop using them? I don't think so. Because plastic materials have their own advantages. So for a certain period of time, plastics must be used. And when used, we need to use them and utilize them in a wise way. To this end, the Korean government has adopted bioplastics in order to facilitate the use of bioplastics, and also in order to introduce biodegradable plastics. We need to introduce and activate the biodegradable plastic certification system, and also we need to provide benefits for bioplastics use. With this, I'd like to conclude my presentation about our PLA films and the application cases. With this, let me end here. Thank you. It was a great presentation about SKC's eco-friendly solutions. And PLA films are widely used as packaging material. And once again, would you please give him a big round of applause for his excellent presentation? Thank you.
So we do have a plenary session scheduled, so we will have to skip the verbal Q&A session. Rather, I would like you to utilize the open chat room of Kakao. So if you have any questions at all, please utilize that platform. Coming up next is Mr. Jong Lee, the president of Biomaterial Research Institute of the BGF Eco Bio. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Jong Lee. I'm the president of Biomaterials Research Institute at the BGF Eco Bio. We actually attended the inaugural Bioplastics conference, so it is an honor for me to deliver this presentation. So once again, I would like to thank the host and organizers for giving me this opportunity to deliver this presentation. Going forward, we would like to advance further so that we can raise the awareness on the green industry and also the white bio industry. So I would like to introduce a BGF Group. So you might not be familiar with my company, which is why I will introduce the BGF Group and also our ESG management status, thereby helping you better understand my company. This is today's agenda. As you can see, I will go through the introduction of BGF Group, and then I will take a look at each and every business segment of the group. We have the BGF Retail and related companies. We have Copla, which is the materials company. We have BGF EcoBio and KBF. So I will let you know what each company is dealing with and what they are in charge of in terms of our green activities. First things first, I will go over what the BGF Group is all about. So BGF stands for Be Good Friends. We are determined to be good friends with our customers and our society. So we make our products and service ubiquitous, thereby enhancing the quality of lives of our customers. BGF is trying to create value in many different aspects, such as logistics, food, service, and green materials and engineering materials. So the key areas of our group are, number one, the logistics area, number two, materials area. So BGF Retail is in charge of the management of CU, which is the convenience store brand that you all know. We have also BGF Network, Logis, Food, HumanNet. So in the field of materials, we have Copla, which produces engineering plastic, Chenille Tech, and also BGF EcoBio and KBF. By running all of these companies, we are trying to create value for the future. Let's dive in deeper and take a look at each and every companies that I've mentioned. In the realm of logistics, I would like to talk about BGF Retail, which has been with us since the inception of the BGF Group. So this company is in charge of running the CU, as I mentioned. It is focused on the membership enterprise. So it is in charge of the supply network of these convenience stores. The BGF network runs the on-offline service businesses through the CU platform. And this slide shows our materials business. Starting from December last year, Copla has been with us, and it is in charge of engineering plastic production. And by running compounding businesses, they are supplying companies in many different areas, such as automobile and industry materials. The BGF EcoBio and KBF is working in the white bio industry, working on things including bioplastic materials, compound, and foam-filled sheet. So as I said, we have a broad scope of businesses, including the consumer goods, and industrial materials. And now let's take a look at the history of the BGF Group. BGF Group began its business with the first convenience store in Karak in 1990. At the time, we had a license from the Family Mart. But in 2012, we decided to complete the licensing contract with Family Mart, and we decided to launch Korea's own the domestic brand, which is CU. CU has grown dramatically along with the support of the BGF. And we're also branching out overseas. And in 2019, we founded the BGF EcoBio, and we acquired KBF. And in 2021, we also acquired Copla, which was doing very well in the segment of engineering plastic compound. Based upon our effort, the BGF Group, as you can see, has continuously expanded the areas of business, home and abroad. So in the segment of convenience store business, we have branches in Mongolia and Malaysia. And also Copla has branches in the United States, China, and India. Let's move on to the BGS Group's logistics segment. The key company of the logistics area is the BGF Retail. As I mentioned previously, the BGF Retail focuses on the franchise enterprise of CU convenience stores. There are 16,000 franchisees, and we have a proper system in place to help them run their business. So it is important for us to work with the franchisees so it can be a win-win situation for franchise headquarters and for franchisees. And BGF's retail and also other subsidies in the logistics segment, they have been working hard to conduct ESG governance. So three main key pillars of environmental management are written here on this slide. As you can see, we have conducted a wide range of activities in this area. In particular, the use of renewable energy and the reduction of energy consumption. And we have also tried to reduce the amount of waste produced at convenience stores. BGF Group is fully aware of the fact that the CU convenience stores have a huge influence, which is why we decide to adopt the use of bioplastics bags. And as we led this effort, our counterparts in the convenience store business have joined in the effort. Going forward, by 2025, we will change our meal packaging to bioplastic-based meal packaging. And also, additionally, we have conducted many different green and environmental protection activities. And now let's take a look at the materials segment. So we have two materials businesses in two areas. one is located in Incheon Free Economy District. So that facility is called Eco Bio Campus, and KBF and also BGF Eco Bio Research Institute are located in the campus. In Hwasong, Gyeonggi Province, we have engineering campus, and KOPLA and also research institutes are located in this area. I'll go through what businesses these subsidies have been engaged with. KOPLA was acquired by the BGF Group, as I mentioned, in December 2021. The KOPLA has branches in the United States, China, and India. And going forward, it will be working with the BGF EcoBio, and it will grow as a global leader in the plastics industry. The KOPLA's compounding technology has enabled this company to win many awards, and it has been equipped with multiple patents. And it has provided companies in the automobile and also electronics and industrial material industries to grow in an environmentally friendly way. So this is KOPLA's product portfolio. Aside from the automobile industry, we are creating engineering materials such as PA66, PA6, PP, PBT, and PPO. So LFT and UD tape will have also been included, thereby allowing this company to extend its coverage. So as you know, the e-vehicle industry has garnered a lot of attention in the automobile industry. So by developing high-functioning materials, they have provided this e-vehicle industry with batteries and also the automobile parts. So we have been utilizing PCR materials, thereby contributing to the development of the green industry. Let's move on to the BGF EcoBio. As you know, the white bio technology materials have got people's attention as an alternative to its conventional counterpart. Throughout the compounding process, BGF EcoBio has been sourcing the white bio raw materials, including PLA. So we have been working hard to set up the efficient ecosystem in this area. BGF EcoBio's Biomaterial Research Institute has conducted a wide range of research projects, including source materials and composite material technology and processing technology. As you all know, there are a lot of social and technological issues in this field. So as this table shows, we have been customizing multiple products so that we can address dire issues. And we have been creating and developing new products with our customers. So this slide shows our material characteristics table. SKC's film was introduced during the previous presentation, and I suppose this is similar to what was presented. So neat PLA has some issues and problems because it cannot withstand high temperatures, and it is also brittle which means it can break easily. So we address the weakness and fragility towards hot temperatures. And we also enhance and address this issue that it is brittle. Please take a look at the HBD portion of this presentation. And you might be able to see the high quality of these products that we have created as alternatives. So we have films and sheets, and these can be processed. So once you use these products, it will be able to help you find alternatives or utilize them as alternatives to conventional options. And now let's take a look at KBF, which is a foam field sheet company. The KBF became part of the BGF group, and KBF in 2010 successfully commercialized the foam field PLA technology for the first time in South Korea. And it has since then it has continuously built and developed the foam field sheet, and it thanks to that it has provided BGF retail and other customers with this foam field sheet products, and they have been certified home and abroad. So if you take a look at this photo on the left-hand side of the slide, so the surface of our products has a lot of holes, and this is the cell structure of our products. So by using foam field technology, we can bring down the amount of raw materials required, and we can also obtain new material characteristics. And also by adjusting the rate of foaming, we can increase the number of use cases for this particular product. In the future, we will continuously develop more products. This slide shows the PS sheet and comparing it to the brand new product that KBF has been producing. So as you can see, this is equally good as the PS sheets. And as you know, the government's policy on PS has been revised, so the scope has been widened. And I suppose the use channels of PLA will continue to expand as well. The BGF group has taken this into consideration, and we are considering the change of the meal packaging. So once you visit CU convenience stores, many products such as the rice rolls and sandwiches, and these packaging has been changed. So once you visit our booth, you'll be able to see these brand new products. With that, I now conclude my presentation, and thank you so much for your attention. So going forward, the BGF group will try to be the life network company that is ubiquitous, and we will try to make good impression to all of you. Thank you so much. Be Good Friends, the BGF group, has been working in the areas of food and logistics, engineering, plastic compounding, and PLA. So it has been widening the scope of business. So it has been sourcing biomaterials and compound. It has also developed the foam field technology. So it has been working day and night to contribute to the green economy. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Next, we are going to invite Mr. Kunu Jung from Ilshin High Poly. He is going to make a presentation about the application cases of biodegradable plastics in farmlands and the future ways ahead. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As was just introduced, I am Kunu Jung from Ilshin High Poly. From yesterday to today, through this conference, we learn about many different products and concepts, and it is very helpful for us in developing new products. In order to ultimately resolve global plastic pollution, bioplastics can serve a lot of purposes, and I felt that through the conference, among which I'd like to talk about the application of bioplastics to the agricultural sector. We are producing farm films. The most widely used form of bioplastics in agriculture is mulching film. So with a focus on mulching film, I'd like to discuss cases of bioplastics applications by our company. Our company was founded in 1967. Its former name was Incheon Chemical. The name was used for the past 55 years, but this year, celebrating the 55th anniversary, we changed our name to Ilshin High Poly. So one of the participants, actually the president of the Incheon National University, asked me if we established a separate corporation for bioplastics. So I'd like to let you know that our company's name was changed to Ilshin High Poly altogether. So Ilshin Chemical, the former name, gave some misunderstanding to people about what we do. So we are processing bioplastics and producing bioplastics. That's why we changed our company's name to Ilshin High Poly this year. My company runs mainly in 3 sectors. It first started out with agricultural filmmaking, and it expanded its business areas to industrial and optical films. As for agricultural films, we develop, produce, and supply greenhouse covers, mulch films, and silage velar wraps. Key industrial products we produce include pallet stretch wraps and embossed films. And we have the livestock purpose for films. As for industrial films, we are producing pallets and embossed films. We are producing about 10,000 tons a year. And as for optical films, include cover films for DFR sheet and LCD glass protected films. We are producing optical films in about 10,000 tons a year. So about 50,000 tons of films are being produced from my company on an annual basis. I'd like to introduce mulching films used for farming, which is the topic of my presentation. Usually, agriculture is a life industry that is happening on the green field. But when you look at this picture, it is black field. This is quite common scene you can see in rural communities. These black colors are mulching films. Under the mulching films, there's a soil, and the seeds are growing in the soil. And when crops are grown in the soil, the produce will be delivered to your table. So what does mulching films do? It suppresses weeds, control ground temperatures, and protect humidity and soil's physical granular structure. So the four purposes are the key purposes of mulching films, but the most important function out of all is suppressing the growth of weeds. If you make a little hole, make a puncture, little hole in the mulching film, the weeds will grow out of that. If you ever try to farm in a patch field in your backyard, you will understand that farming is all about battle against weeds. If it were not for mulching films, you should use chemicals like herbicide or manually or mechanically weed out. It is such a hassle. And also mulching films are ruining the rural community's landscape, and it also pollutes the farmlands. But I would like to say that mulching films are very precious material for eco-friendly farming. There's a company who researched the impact of mulching globally. This is the data from 2017. I believe the results remain the same still. This is the data from 2017 research. Let's say that if the farmland without mulching produced a return of 100, the farmland with mulching generates a return of 140. Without mulching, you have to inject chemicals. So by using mulching films, the agricultural produce increases. So the benefits with mulching and without is in the ratio of 1.43 to 1. And let me now talk about why our company started to develop bioplastic mulching films. Every year, we see 320,000 tons of waste plastic films discharged from rural communities. So all of these films are attached with some dirt or contaminants. Out of them, 230,000 tons are recycled, which means that annually about 90,000 tons of plastic film waste are accumulated on and inside the soil as pollutants. So basically, every year, farm mulching films are sold in 45,000 tons to 50,000 tons. So when mulching films, including soil, so they amount to about 320,000 tons. And also out of them, 230,000 tons are recycled. So about 90,000 tons of plastic film waste are scattered across rural communities. So when you go to rural areas, you can see the stacks of mulching films. So farmers and public officials are working to collect mulching films as part of their volunteer work. From 2002, the waste taxes have been imposed on film producers. So per ton, 180,000 won is charged with the companies like us. So it is such a big burden for management. So we came to decision that we need replacement, and also the accumulation of plastic wastes. It's serious. So what could be a solution? That is bioplastics, biodegradable plastics. So by using biodegradable resin, we decided to produce farm purpose mulching films. How serious the mulching film causes pollution? These are the photos taken in Korea and in China. So plastic white pollution is caused by mulching films. On average, about 15% of films remain inside soil. But that doesn't mean that remaining 85% are collected and recycled. About 50% are blown away by wind and they are hanging in trees. Yesterday, BBCF, the Chinese company's case was presented. So I heard a number, it was 2.5 million tons of plastic films are produced as waste, and 50% of them are polluting our farmlands. Recently, at the government level, the National 2050 Carbon Neutrality Strategy was adopted, leading to many roadmaps to the target in each sector of society. As a plastic film manufacturer, we agree on 3R roadmaps. And based on the roadmap, we have established our future strategies. 3Rs refer to reduce, recycle, and replacement. So these are the main pillars for our plastic waste reduction strategy. First, we need to reduce the generation of plastic waste. To this end, the method will be down gauging. So we are trying to reduce 20 micromillimeters to 15 micromillimeters. And also we are trying to extend the lifespan of plastic films. And also we are trying to increase recycling of mulching films. So this year we embarked on the pilot project. And furthermore, we are trying to increase the functions of mulching films. That's our direction in our technological development. So as part of the government's K-circular economy strategy, we have to increase the percentage of recycling. So as a response, we are trying to develop relevant technology and products. And as for replacement, we are developing mulching films by using biodegradable materials. As a plastic film manufacturer, we have come up with strategies as future response. This graph was often featured in presentations from yesterday. The material or feedstock that we are trying to use for our films should be plant-based. That would be ideal, but we are in transitional period. Currently, we are using petroleum-based one, PBAT, because it can be easily processed. So our mulching films are basically based on PBAT. So our ultimate goal is to produce plant-based films, and we are currently looking for many different materials. This is the natural circulation of biomulching films. When you're using mulching films, they are suppressing weeds, and when they are buried in soil, they are degraded through hydrolysis, and also they are degraded by microorganisms. Depending on the conditions of the soil and temperature, degradation speed can vary. In this process, we need to distinguish the photolysis-based disintegratable materials and biodegradable materials. Generally, disintegration additives are added to PE materials to break high molecular materials into smaller pieces. Such additives' function is called oxidation, but this can produce microplastics. So we do not deal with such additives. We use biodegradable PBT. So on top of this, we are currently developing the optimum mixing ratio among PLA, TPS, carbonate calcium, and cellulose. So this slide is the essence of my presentation. Our films are based on PBAT, while supplying our PLA films. We often get a question whether our films are completely degraded in room temperature. So we are trying to add PHA to increase biodegradability. While listening to this presentation, if you have better ideas, I'm sure there are excellent experts listening to this presentation. If you have materials that can be the combination of PHA and PLA, please let us know that we're going to adopt that. There are advantages and disadvantages of biodegradable mulching films. As for disadvantages, there's a cost incurred. As for advantages, we can use the existing PE extruder. Of course, we recently developed the equipment and facilities dedicated to mulching films, but it creates cost. So you can still use the existing PE extruders for mulching films. So we can use biodegradable films, but its disadvantages include initial cost, unstable degradation speed. As a manufacturer of bioplastic PLA films, we cannot store the products for a long time, so we have to receive orders at proper time and only can store them for a certain period of time, which is quite short. This is our pilot project. You are looking at the picture of farming onions. So we use the bioplastic films for growing onions. Right after we finished harvesting onions, this land was used for other crops because the films were completely biodegraded. This shows the differences between physical property standards. So we have made applications for association standards for biodegradable plastics. So the strength and the flexibility when you look at these criteria, they are at the level of PE mulching films. So the strength and functions of biodegradable films are appropriate for farming. So Korea's association standards for farm mulching films are based on the European standard, and which is the standards number is 17. It starts with 17. And we are trying to develop films for fishing gears and fishing nets, as well as agriculture supplies. These are the key questions we receive from farmers when we promote our PLA films. The first question is it completely degraded? Second question is, toxic materials remain in soil? Third question is, degradation speed can be adjusted? Fourth question is it unfavorable for the amount of produce or harvest time? So regarding these questions, we give answers. As for these 4 questions, even though we can't give perfect answers, but through the 10-year field test, with confidence, we can recommend our films for farmers. Regarding biodegradable resins, we receive a question, is it completely degraded? But we cannot look at the actual result. But overseas, there are resins developed, and they receive certifications. So with those certifications, we provide evidence for 100% degradation, especially in Europe. In 2018, the European standards 17033 is in place. So based on these standards, we are producing mulching films. And also it received the domestic certification EL 7724. So far I talked about certifications. Since 2009, we have conducted field tests. About 200 PBAT were tested for 15 crops in 1,500 hectares of farmland. We went through a lot of trials and errors while supplying and promoting our products. And right now, we are manufacturing and producing quite stable PLA films. Right now, I'd like to talk about our pilot projects based on on-site pictures. This is the farmland that grows red chicory. So after finishing farming, you need to collect the films. So the process of collection is really hassle. But if you use bioplastic mulching films, you don't have to collect them. You only need to plow them using a tractor. So as long as they are mingled with soil, they will be biodegraded. When growing corns, the used mulching foams do not have to be collected. So it only takes 97 days to be degraded. for peppers, beans, mulching films are used. So we tested for many different types of crops. So after successful testing, we are marketing our products. As for beans, compared to the existing PET films, our bioplastic films are 3 times expensive. So we need the government subsidy. So the local governments and central governments are providing subsidies. So the bioplastic films are 3 times as expensive as the existing PET films. So about 50% of the price are being subsidized by the government. When it comes to garlic, there's some differences. Garlic and onions are really important crops for Korean Korean table. But its specification should be bigger for these crops. And also it was kind of uncomfortable to collect the films made from PET-based materials. So even with the current level of prices, bioplastic films for garlic and onions are quite competitive. So during the summertime, you use mulching films, bioplastic mulching films for garlic and onions, but quickly the farmlands need to be used for other crops. So that is a little bit challenging. So our company is committed to producing biomulching films. If you know anyone who's farming, your friends or relatives, then please promote our products to them. So far, I have introduced agriculture applications of our product. Thank you very much. As was mentioned in the presentation, there are 320 tons of waste plastics. About 20% out of them is being illegally incinerated or remain scattered. So it causes a lot of environmental problems. So we need to produce biodegradable plastic films, which are favorable for farming. If we expand the use of biodegradable films, the rural communities' plastic pollution will be addressed. So thank you very much for presenting such an excellent thesis. Thank you very much.
So this is the last presentation of the morning session. So presentation will be on the Vietnam's policies and its bioplastic industry fostering strategies. Mr. Long Nguyen, the director of Enfet Holdings, will deliver the presentation.
Okay, so thank you very much. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Long, and I am a Deputy CEO of Anphat Holdings, a group of Vietnam manufacturing and producing plastic, one of the biggest group in Vietnam for the plastic. So thank you very much for inviting me today to come to this conference. And I am very happy to share with you a little bit about our point of view for the current trend and the regulation on the biodegradable plastic in Vietnam. So first of all, I would like to introduce a little bit about Anfat Holdings. Anfat Holding is a group which has been founded 20 years ago. This year we will celebrate our 20-year anniversary. Under the roof of Anfat Holdings, we have 20 companies for creating an ecosystem in Vietnam for the plastic business. Under the different pillar that we have, one of our main business unit for Anfat Holding is bioplastic. And under this business unit, we have Anbio joystop company, we have Anchor Bioplastic, and we have PBAT. So among this company, Anchor Bioplastic is one of our company that we have acquired from 2019 from a Korean company. We have joint venture with TLCC in Korea, in Wonju, and creating a new company named Anchor Bioplastic, where we have a top researcher in the field of biodegradable plastic, and from where we are developing our business for biodegradable plastic. So currently, we also have Anbio joystop company as our company who focus on selling own of our compostable product, including our brand Aneco and Anbio for the product and for the resin. Another strategic direction that we go is we have a company named PBAT Anfat Joystop Company, where this company currently focusing to set up a new plan of the PBAT in the Southeast Asia, where it is based in Vietnam with a capacity of 30,000 tons of PBAT, which is expected to launch in 2024. So as you may understand very well about the compostable product, so I don't want to remind, but currently under the Anfat Holdings, we have Aneco is our own brand to develop own kind of compostable product, including bag, cutlery, straw, wrap film, packaging, etc., where we are currently marketing our brand in Vietnam. And we are very confident to be like the pioneer of the bioplastic that bring the compostable product into the Vietnamese market. This Aneco brand has been developed since 2018, and until now it is very well known in Vietnam, and we are selling through the supermarket, also through the co-branding with different restaurant or coffee chain in Vietnam to bring the compostable product into the Vietnamese market. I just want to share with you about our project also to build the PBAT plan in Vietnam, where we will invest around 150 million USD for the project, which is currently under which is currently ongoing well, and we expect that we can launch it from 2024, as mentioned. This is I will go through this because I would like to spend more time to share with you about our point of view of the biodegradable plastic in Vietnam. So as you may know very well that the bioplastic right now is going very strongly. We expect that in the next 5 years, there will be a big jump for the bioplastic globally. This is the data from the European bioplastic, thanks to the data from the European bioplastic. From the Vietnamese side, Vietnam is one of the top 5 plastic consumption country in Southeast Asia. We have some number that we calculate that we have more than 30 billion of plastic bag that consume in Vietnam per year, and which is equivalent to around 10 to 15 tons per day in a large urban area. From 1990 until now, the consumption is increased very fast. And we expect that it's around 1 kilogram of plastic bag that consumed per household per month. So so in total, it's around 300,000 tons of plastic bag that consume in Vietnam. And Vietnam right now is also considered as one of the top white polluter of the world. So that's the reason why the country is really concerned about how to reduce the plastic waste. Currently in Vietnam, the biodegradable plastic is also increasing quite fast. The domestic market is developing is still very slow, but as a developing country, we also export a lot of plastic and biodegradable plastic to all around the world, especially to Europe. We expect that in 2025, the demand of the biodegradable plastic in Vietnam will be around 80,000 tons per year. That is a picture of what we are seeing the Vietnamese market. In the third part, I would like to share with you more about the Vietnamese regulation on the biodegradable plastic, and also the foundation of the association named EPMA is mean Eco-Friendly Product Manufacturer Association, which has been recently founded from the beginning of this year to promote for the eco-friendly product in Vietnam. So a big picture of the regulation that has been developed in Vietnam since 2010. We already have the law for the environment protection tax, which showing that the country itself also concerned about the plastic waste, and they start to add the tax, especially to the plastic producer. In 2012, we already start to consider what is environmental friendly plastic bag. Unfortunately, this law has been also include the oxo-degradable, which is another trouble that we are facing right now in Vietnam, and we are currently trying to currently this law has already stopped to prepare for the new law, which will also exclude the oxo-degradable product in Vietnam. from 2014, they have released a new law of environment protection, where we have a full compliance of the producer and the importer of plastic into Vietnam. And moreover, in 2018, we start to prepare for the national strategy for the solid waste material to reduce the solid waste material to 2025, which this lead to a new law of the environment in 2020, which is emphasized by the Prime Minister of the Vietnam in 2020. And after 2 years, this law has been released from the beginning of this year in 2020 under the decree number 8 of in 2022 for the new law of the environment, where they introduce the ERP, which is extended producer responsibility for the producer of solid waste material, including plastic. And this law in 2022, which includes also the circular number 2, has applied a new tax for all of the plastic producer in Vietnam. And this tax will be added to the fund managed by the Ministry of the Environment in Vietnam, and will be used to promote the 3R strategy, including recycling, reuse, and reduce of the plastic waste, and also solid material waste in Vietnam. So this law in 2022 will also lead to the revision of the new law, which will add more tax to Vietnam, with the objective of in 2030 the plastic in Vietnam will be completely banned. So we are currently having a 10-year roadmap to reduce the plastic waste in Vietnam. So here is some key event that had been recently organized by the MONRE, which is Ministry of Nature, Resource and Environment of Vietnam, to creating a new action to reduce the plastic waste, where our Prime Minister, Mr. Phạm Minh Chính, has been also announced recently, and Mr. Phan Tuân Hùng, the Director of the Legal Department, which is the department which is the one who drafts the ERPR law for the Vietnam. And also our Ministry of the MONRE, Mr. Trần Hồng Hà, has been kicked off one of the important day to promote the non-using, non-biodegradable plastic bag. On the other side, also there is many action from the non-government organization in Vietnam, In Vietnam, we have under the roof of WWF, we have an association named NPAP. It's a Vietnam National Plastic Action Partnership, which is one of the very key NGO in Vietnam to work on reducing the plastic waste. They organize a lot of events since the last 3 years. And also other associations have been created like Green Hub or MCD to talk about how to reduce the plastic waste, especially to reduce the plastic waste in the ocean, because Vietnam is also one of the countries which has a very long coast. So we really have a very big business of fishing, and very concerned about how to reduce the plastic waste in the ocean. From the beginning of this year, I am also very happy to share with you that we have finally established the Vietnam Eco-Friendly Product Manufacturer Association. We choose this name because we want to gather all of the manufacturers of eco-friendly products, including bioplastic and also other products made from like paper or from a nature resource. Together, we would like to promote the manufacturer and the use of the eco-friendly product in Vietnam. And this association is currently recently has been a very strong relationship with MUNRE. It's the Ministry of Nature, Resource and Environment. We are supporting the ministry to apply the EPR, and also to support the ministry to set up the new roadmap to reduce the plastic waste and go to ban the plastic of Vietnam up to 2030. So currently, myself, I am the president of the association. We are recruiting manufacturers in Vietnam, and also inviting all of the foreigner company who would like to join with us to setting the new roadmap for the Vietnam to reduce the plastic waste. One example that we have done recently, that from the beginning of 2022, Vietnam is the organizer of SEA Games. SEA Games is kind of Olympic game in the Southeast Asia. It's organized every 2 years, and this time it has been organized in Vietnam. And we were working with the organizer of the SEA Games number 31 to bring the first green SEA Games where we are encouraging to use eco-friendly and reusable product. So here is an example of how we introduce our eco-friendly product through the different event in Vietnam. This event has been organized by the SEA Games organization, and also is supported by MUNRE, Ministry of Nature, Resource and Environment, and EPMA is our association. On the other side, we are continuously to promote our product through our brand name Aneco, and not just Aneco in Vietnam, we also have around other 20 manufacturers who promoting the eco-friendly product in Vietnam. We are very proud that right now we are going to own up the big chains of the restaurant. We also going to with the aero flight company, Vietnam Airlines, and working with Vinamilk is the biggest meal producer in Vietnam to promote the eco-friendly product. On the other side, we are continuously also to export our product into around the world. Recently, we have also, in the last 1 year, we also introduced our brand Aneco through the Amazon platform to sell it on the Amazon.com. And we are currently the top 3 of the producer, of the seller on Amazon for the biodegradable bag. And we are very proud of this. The American market is currently also have a big chain, as you can already hear from Mr. Roth from BPI in the previous presentation. And we believe that this market will be growing very quick with the concern of the customer about the product for the eco-friendly. So this is my short share with you about how Anfat Holding has been developing recently on the bioplastic and eco-friendly product in Vietnam, and also to develop globally. So thank you very much for hearing.
So Vietnam as well, the usage of plastic goods has gone up dramatically. So I suppose they are running a lot of green projects as well. So Anfit Holdings is doing a great job leading the effort. So this year you mark the 20th anniversary. So I hope you continue on your endeavor and continue to advance in the future. So with that, I would like to wrap up the morning session. So you can enjoy your lunch, and we will resume and reconvene at 1:30 right here. And also VIPs and presenters, please move to the venue for lunch. The luncheon venue is Chai Hong on the first floor. Staff members, please lead them to the luncheon venue. Thank you so much.
Let us begin the afternoon program. There are people watching this conference on YouTube. Let me give you a brief explanation about the afternoon program. It was supposed to begin at 1:30, but due to some internal dynamics, we are going to begin at 1:40. So there are coffee and teas available. So enjoy the confectionery and tea. And please be aware that our afternoon program will resume at 1:40. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Did you enjoy your lunch? From now on, we are going to begin the afternoon session. Please turn off or silence your mobile phones and also make sure to wear your mask throughout the event. So let me declare open the afternoon session. The first presentation of this afternoon is about ESG, which is a keyword in current era. So Mr. Lin Song from SK Store will make a presentation about their ESG practices and eco-friendly portfolios of the company. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am SK Store's Im Song. I'm going to make a presentation on SK Store's ESG management and eco-friendly portfolio. My presentation will proceed in the order of introduction of SK Store, SK Store's ESG strategy, support for social enterprises and partner organizations, and lastly, SK Store's ESG alliance. Let me briefly introduce you to our SK Store. SK Store is affiliated with SK Group, and it is an interactive shopping service provider that combines TV home shopping and data shopping services. If you tune to channel number 7 on TV at home, you can see us. SK Store offers shopping services not only on TV home shopping channel, but also on TV apps and VOD services as part of our smart shopping environment where customers can search for products they want and place orders at any time, anywhere. We hold dear our customers and we value communication with our customers and we provide various services which are customer-oriented. SK Store is maintaining the high percentage of SME-produced products and product composition, and we are working together with the social enterprises. And also we are providing consulting services for product development for social enterprises so that they can practice ESG values. Let me now talk about SK Store's ESG strategy and directions. Valuable consumption opportunities for customers and sustainable consumption for society. In order to ensure that we are engaging in many ESG management activities and information management. SK Store is based on home shopping companies' capacity and resources. In order to create an ESG virtual cycle, we are doing many activities from product evaluation to product development, and also we are doing a lot of activities to increase product competitiveness. And we are also providing consulting services and support for small and medium enterprises in those fields. And we are working hard to create a good ESG virtual cycle. And we are currently creating ESG ecosystem. By Social, by ECO, is our social enterprise-based eco-friendly TV program. And we have developed hand sanitizer, which are eco-friendly, and we are having eco-friendly product exhibitions. And we are also helping poorly fed children, and we are making contributions and donations as part of our Happiness Alliance framework. We have established a low electricity LED system, thereby reducing carbon dioxide emissions. And we are running ECO, Eco Studio, that is eco-friendly. Now, let me talk about our support for social enterprises. Social enterprises are usually perceived as a small-scale company that produces low-quality products. And in terms of product competitiveness and price competitiveness, people think social enterprises products cannot be launched on home shopping channels. Products value, products quality, marketing, and the awareness level social enterprises are lacking in those fields. So in order to increase their competitiveness, SK Store is providing many programs to increase their survival and also competitiveness. Let me give you more details. We are working together with Haengbong Nanon Foundation, the Korea Social Enterprise Promotion Agency, and Social Economy Support Center to develop product better. And also we sign product development MOUs with these organizations, and we conduct evaluations of products, and we are developing eco-friendly products. And by increasing social enterprises' product competitiveness and quality, we are giving them an opportunity to launch their products on home shopping channels. And we also provide quality consulting services, and also we are actively supporting their survival and self-reliance as social enterprises. These are the lists of activities that we engaged in to support social enterprises. We identify highly valued products, and we provide turn-up programs and consulting programs to increase their product competitiveness. And also, we help them to launch their products in home shopping channels and in other marketing channels. SK Store, as mentioned earlier, is a home shopping company. So we are working with many suppliers and subcontractors aside from social enterprises in order to enable our subcontractors to practice ESG values. We are engaging in many activities with them. SK Store is working together with Korea Conformity Laboratories, and for our subcontractors, we are supporting them to conduct the packaging tests, microplastic tests, and we provide them and support them not to overly or excessively package their products. As you see in this picture, we are running a program to support the public and certification or test costs. Let me now talk about how we provide quality consulting services to our suppliers. Usually our suppliers are short-staffed, and they are also lacking in equipment. So for win-win cooperation and to grow together, we are actively providing support to them. Before I conclude my presentation, I'd like to play a short video clip of social enterprises products that are supported by my company. After that, I'm going to discuss ESG Alliance. Maybe the whole world can change with a small belief. You can see the evidence here. The beauty of the earth and my beauty become one. We can address waste. By doing so, we create new values. By promoting our Korean traditional taste, and we can share jobs with people. Our families and the nature can be clean and eco-friendly together. These beliefs grow, and they grow enough to change the world. The SK Store is working together with companies we trust. So make a little different choice that will change the world. It will be your story. SK Store. Companies, especially home shopping distributors like SK Store, are forming partnerships and relationships with many stakeholders. So based on our physical and human resources, we are developing eco-friendly products in partnership with social enterprises. So we will continue our ESG activities. With this, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much. SK Store is working for the society, environment, and people. They value the society, environment, and people. As mentioned in his presentation, they include the 80% of their products from small and medium enterprises, and they help small enterprises to task for eco-friendliness. That way they can refrain from excessive packaging. That way, their partnership companies are practicing ESG values. I'll look forward to your continued efforts. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. Thank you.
And coming up next is the second presentation of the afternoon session. So I would like to invite Mr. Ki-ho Park, the Director of Development at Dongwon Systems. He will deliver a presentation on the ESG governance and green portfolio. Please give him a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ki-ho Park. I work at the Material Development Division at Dongwon Systems. Today, I would like to talk about Dongwon Systems' sustainable environment policy and development. So we have heard a lot about many different strategies and tactics in protecting the environment and utilizing degradable materials, and we will focus on packaging goods. So first of all, I would like to talk about my company, Dongwon Systems. It is part of the Dongwon Group, and it is known for tuna, as you all know. So the Dongwon Group is working based upon our holding company, Dongwon Enterprise. We also have a Fisher Frozen product logistics business, and we have food products, Yangban labeled food products that belongs to our food business. So Dongwon Systems belongs to the division of customer goods service business. So we work as a division, and primarily we work on B2B projects. We at Dongwon Systems, we provide packaging goods. We focus on flexible packaging and aluminum film, glass, pack bottles, and cans. And recently, we have been expanding our business scope to the realm of secondary battery materials. And today, I will focus on the packaging areas. And in particular, I'll focus on the flexible packaging market. And also, we will take a look at best practices, pardon me, and how these green materials are being utilized for packaging purposes. So when it comes to packaging, based upon 20 decade, the market size is about 1,300 trillion. So the portion is quite big, and the volume is quite big as well. So when it comes to packaging, we have many different functions. The core function is to obviously protect the content so that it does not get leaked or it is not damaged. So that is the basic function. And the convenience is also another function. It should be easy to open and close using a zipper. or it can stand still for exhibition purposes as well. So this convenience is another function. The third function is to promote the sales. So the design of the packaging and that type of design, the beautiful design, can have a strong appeal and attraction to consumers. And the information is being shared, and the information sharing is another feature as well. And in this modern society, we have witnessed that because of their lifestyle changes, the packaging industry has also evolved. The packaging is being utilized because the food service and food delivery industry has grown significantly in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we have a lot of instant meals and ready-made meals becoming available to meet the demand. And this type of packaging can be utilized in microwave. And against this backdrop, the consumption of this type of packaging has gone up dramatically. And as a result of this, the amount of waste has also gone up, which is why the demand for green packaging has also increased. So of all the packaging materials I talked about, the glass can that can be easily recycled, they are being recycled. But when it comes to flexible packaging, it is very difficult to make green because of the structure. So if you take a look at this diagram, so design features and information sharing features, we need to have this information printed on products. So we have the printing layer, and we also have to stop the oxygen or moisture to be in direct contact with the content. So we have this blocking layer. We also have a functioning layer to prevent the tear or deformity. And we also have this heat sealer layer. And aluminum, nylon, CPP, so they are all mixed up together in these films. So as you can imagine, it is difficult to recycle them. So these flexible packaging materials are either incinerated or they are sent to landfills. So this type of flexible packaging is utilized for pet foods as well. So the market size is 200 trillion. And the amount of production is about 32 million tons as of 2021. So as I mentioned previously, because the packaging, flexible packaging materials are either incinerated or they are sent to landfills, so they can be seen as the waste. So 32 million ton, that is a lot. So these blue blue-colored area is about bioplastic or green materials. The industries that can be turned into green industries. So if you take a look at the materials, we have BOPP, CPP, PET, and PE. They are being utilized. So bioplastics and all the green materials, PBS, PBAT, and PHA can be utilized. And they can be turned into PLA. So all the materials I have shared so far and the functionality I suppose of the flexible packaging, we can turn about 4.8 million ton into the bioplastic. And next, I would like to talk about the green policies of global advanced companies. So Amcor is the #1 packaging company globally. So PCR, PIR, which are recycled materials, are being utilized, or bio-based packaging materials, or legally responsible materials are being utilized. And to share information on statistics, they do review internally. So Mondi utilized paper-based packaging. So as you can imagine, their products can be easily recycled. And they are utilizing paper to reduce the amount of plastic being used. Sodako is another company that has cut the amount of plastic they use. They have switched to paper to promote the achievement of net zero. They produce sealed air produces PIR and PCR. As I mentioned, these companies have focused on net zero and carbon neutrality. So they do not necessarily focus on the segment of bioplastic. So global companies and domestic companies should find a way to utilize bioplastic. And I will dive deeper into this segment. Coming up next is Dongwon System's ESG governance and policies, especially the environmental related policies. So we are trying to come up with ways to have mutually beneficial relationships with our customers. And against this background, we are trying to set up a system to do so. And in addition, we are trying to reduce the polluted materials, and we are trying to cut back the amount of plastic we use. And these are our goals. Also, when you take a look at the developmental direction that we have been taking, the core objective that we have is to use bio-based products, and also we are trying to contribute to the achievement of net zero. So bio-based and biodegradable materials are being utilized. And we also use uni materials. So those that can be recycled or that have already been recycled, we utilize them to produce the packaging materials. In specific, so we are trying to come up with a green and circular production system. So we are trying to use this greener production process. So we are trying to utilize specific green pigments. When it comes to design of companies, the flexible packaging has a lot of strength in blocking oxygen and moisture as well. And also the film's characteristics have to be altered as well to make them green. So at the design process, design step rather, we consider all of these factors. And we objectively see whether or not our products and packaging materials are actually green. And because we have to make sure they are truly green instead of being greenwashed. And we we have thought about whether these products can be recycled or decomposed. In addition, going forward, we are going to adopt the process to more safely adopt these functions. And we have to have proper statistics on the work we do. ACL analysis would allow us to work on PE unit. And when we utilize the recycled materials, the carbon reduction can be done by 90%. So we are working with the industry and also the academia to achieve this. So by doing so, we are trying to acquire more objective statistics. And now I would like to talk about green packaging materials, what we have developed and what we are going to do in the future. So we have been utilizing bio-based film. And we have already launched this product line. And we are going to introduce the new materials that are greener. Starting from next year, compostable materials and also those that can be broken down in the ocean will be developed as well. In terms of carbon reduction, though, last year, non-solvent production process was utilized. In doing so, we acquired a green certification. So we utilize recycled materials, PCR, PIR, they were utilized. And going forward, we will once again tap into those materials. And bio-based uni materials will be utilized to cut the carbon emission. As I mentioned previously, we are creating all these green and environmentally friendly materials, but there are a lot of problems and hindrance that prevents us from pursuing this type of activity. In the green processing activities, we made green efforts. For ready-made products that require containers that can stand high temperatures. And when it comes to pigments, gravia cannot be utilized because if you think about the production speed, that is not fast enough. Which is why it would be difficult to utilize them and put it in production. Secondly, we are utilizing paper-based packaging. So the paper that can block content from oxygen and moisture. We have also utilized bio-based materials as well. LLDPE has been used. So LLDPE, you may know that it is not the simple convergence between the PE and the compostable materials. So if you take a look at the structure, it is actually films. So paper-based packaging materials, they don't look as good. So when we put in oxygen into the content and the inside of the packaging materials, the process becomes very, very tricky. It's not combustible, but we have bio-based uni materials. And if we are to utilize bioplastic for packaging purposes, we have to turn this layered packaging into uni material packaging. In doing so, we need to get rid of aluminum. If if we are to eliminate the aluminum, bioplastic and unimaterials require the development of a special element that is for compounding. So when it comes to these type of products, it is difficult to block oxygen and moisture. So if you take a look at the graph at the top of this slide, we are trying to use PLA for the printing layer, PHA, PE. We are trying to use them as well. In the production process of packaging, we have to think about types of packaging and characteristics of the product, materials. We should not get caught up on utilizing a single material rather. So we should combine these elements and materials to come up with the compounding materials. So all these photos show you what type of challenges we have been faced with. If we are to get rid of the printing layer, so it is difficult to print information on the PLA materials in comparison to PET materials. And closing and opening becomes difficult when we use PLA. So it is difficult to close them. Still layer, when it comes to PLA, it is difficult to heat seal. So biodegradability makes all those final products wrinkly. What is the most important here is when it comes to cosmetics and food products, if they come in direct contact with biodegradable materials, they lead to chemical reactions. So we have to find a way to reduce the chemical reaction. So as the packaging provider, these are concerns. So flexible packaging can be used for dry goods and single-use plastic bags. And recently, as I mentioned, we have been focusing on making decomposable materials that can be dissolved in the ocean. Lastly, I would like to talk about bioplastic. To expand the use of bioplastic and make the process greener, we have to think about the following. When we say compostable substances, our clients that are cosmetics companies and food companies, they don't see this from a positive angle. Because biodegradable goods are not being properly degraded. Rather, they are being dumped into just dumped with the regular trash. So they have to be, the biodegradable materials should be integrated with other green materials. The second aspect that we have to consider is we need to calculate the objective index for carbon reduction through life cycle assessment analysis. So as you may know, LCA analysis is quite technical, which makes it difficult for SMEs to conduct. So SMEs should work with big companies, big corporations to conduct this analysis. The third aspect is the development of objects, that objective eco-friendly certification. So there have been some cases where products have been marketed green, but if it's not actually green, then consumers would it would lead to a backlash from the consumers. So these greenwashing activities should not take place. So companies should come up with a proper direction to produce green products. With that, I now conclude my presentation. So as you know, Dongwon Systems is the company that is specialized in packaging. So they are trying to reduce the amount of pigments, and they are utilizing uni materials, and they are trying to turn into the biomaterials. There have been some challenges, as he mentioned. So the recollection is key here. So once again, please give him a big round of applause for Ki-Hyo Park for his great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to invite Ms. Seok-young Shim from Petite Eline. She's going to make a presentation about Petite Eline's ESG management with a focus on environment-friendly application of packaging materials. Please welcome her. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As was just introduced, I am Seok-young Shim from Petite Eline. Dongwon and SK, they are large companies, and I heard their presentations very well. My company is a relatively small company, and how such a small company is practicing ESG management and how we apply bioplastics to our product development. First of all, I think you might not know my company very well. It is quite new to you, I believe. So let me first introduce my company to you, and then I will discuss Petite Eline's ESG management practices. Petite Eline is working under the slogan of creating small happiness in daily lives. For mothers who are dreaming of such happiness, this company was founded in 2010 with a goal of becoming the best premium baby product manufacturer in Korea. So we have been around for almost 10 years. Happy babies and parents are our highest priority. Under this goal, we are trying to grow together with our staff and employees. In 2010, we started out with organic skincare brand Eva Biba, which was imported from the United States. And also, we had premium infant clothing brand Kinder Spell. So we started with 2 brands, but now we have 18 different brands. So these 18 different brands consist of 12 homegrown brands and 6 global brands. If you have preschool children or if you experience pregnancy and childbirth, I'm sure at least you have heard of my company or you have seen some brand names on the slide. To give you some examples, can I move back my slide? It's not working. I want to move to the previous slide. I'm sure Korea's household doll, Jellycat, is really well known, and non-leaking breathing diaper brand Alfrari is also a household name. And also Biomera is emerging as children's probiotics. And ice cream cart, which can be found in almost every home with children in Korea. So I'm sure at least you've heard of our products at least once. Now, let me talk about how my company is practicing ESG management. Earlier, Dongwon and SK's presentations were made. I thought they were awesome, and I was envious of them in certain aspects. But in such a small company like Petit Elin, even though ESG management is a buzzword, it's a mainstream movement, it is hard to create a dedicated ESG management division or practice in ESG initiatives. It is kind of hard in reality. So when I was invited to participate in this session as a speaker, I declined it at first. But while preparing for this session, I researched what my company is doing for society. So after some research, I realized what my company is doing is quite in line with ESG values. And my company's activities were quite in the same trajectory of ESG management. So I really want to appreciate this opportunity to learn about my company's ESG activities. So I'd like to thank the organizer for giving me such an opportunity. So we deliver our products packaged in delivery boxes. Monthly, we use 100,000 to 300,000 boxes. But from 3 years ago, we are trying to use eco-friendly materials for delivery boxes. We first started out with organic brand name, and our organic product lines have expanded to children cosmetics and also children food and other products. Soon I'm going to share certain information about what we do to develop products. So what we can do in terms of environment friendliness. So we are trying to introduce eco-friendly materials to our packaging boxes and our products. In terms of social responsibility, what my company is doing is we are continuously helping the socially marginalized people. Since we are helping out children and babies, we are naturally interested in children communities and family communities. Public organizations, private and public donors. So we work together with them to make contribution and donation. During the pandemic, the marginalized class, especially marginalized family with children, were most adversely affected. So we set our priority to help them. In Seoul, in the Gyeonggi province, we work together with local governments to help out the socially marginalized, and also with donor associations such as Green Umbrella and Children Welfare Foundation. We contributed monetarily to help their donation activities. And also, in terms of privacy protection, we provided training for our staff and also upgraded our systems. So from day one, we have focused on the protection of personal information. My company was founded in 2013, and we are expanding our efforts in hiring people with disabilities. I'm so proud that the percentage of female workers is really high. So we are actively promoting female leaders to nurture more female executives. So naturally, in terms of governance, we have many female MZ generation workers. So when we look at our staff and executives, our top priority is their safety and stability and welfare. So given and taking consideration of their welfare, we are trying to provide welfare benefits to ensure their happiness and comfortable life. During the pandemic, our staff's health rights were being threatened. So in order to promote their health rights, we adopted flexible working hours so that they can avoid rush hours. And also we adopted a working from home system in order to reduce risks and also legal risks. We are working hard to advance our activities to be more compliant with regulations. And also we receive some consulting services on the legal basis. What you're seeing at the top is the box that we are using right now. So we got rid of the coated materials of the box. So we took one step closer to environment-friendly practices to save resources. What we are preparing right now is going to be implemented in the fourth quarter of this year. So we are going to use recycled paper to make our delivery boxes. So we are in a transition to soy ink for printing on the boxes, or even the extreme that we try not to use any ink to write something on the box. So some of our brands that are close to eco-friendly brands, let me talk about them. We have Ernave, which is an infant skincare brand. For the first time in Korea, it achieved a double vegan certification. Ernave just celebrated the first anniversary last week, so it just took a baby step. So we achieved double vegan certifications at home and abroad. So we use natural ingredients for these products. So it's such a magical product. And under the slogan of magical transformation for baby skincare, we are running this brand. On the right, do you see this brown container? So it received a nickname, Children's Luxury Brand. And it is getting well known for its effects for addressing a baby's skin irritations and rashes. And this brand also achieved a double vegan certification. This is baby detergent brand. So its name includes 36.5 Celsius degrees. Basically, it has the connotation of having warmth from mother's body. So under this brand, we are launching baby soaps and detergents. This is an organic brand that we have. This is organic baby food brand. I'm sure many of you know this. the Germans famous Germany's organic food brand is Holle, and it received the Germany's Demeter certification. So from the soil where crops grow and packaging materials and delivery boxes, everything were tested and controlled to receive such certification. All the cows which produce ingredients for Holle brand products, they still have horns naturally. So we don't get any ingredients from cows that do not have horns, basically where their horns were cut off. We don't get any ingredients from them. This is Ever Biva. This achieved the highest level black label certification from the USDA. About 3 years ago, one of the Korea's famous female comedians used this product in one of the shows, so it became famous that way. We were surprised when we learned that she was using this. We are considering recycling and environment-friendly practices. Internally, we started a sustainable project. So product design should at least have one environment-friendly element. That is our principle. Internally, we are practicing. So later, I'm going to share Ernave's case, which is part of sustainable project. So when it comes to cold chain, some products that we produce should be delivered in cold chain. So refrigerants are known as being harmful. So even for cold chain for our products, we are using 100% recyclable materials and agents. We are trying to remove environmentally harmful elements. Actually, this increases cost, but still, we move forward with this movement. We are trying to minimize environmentally harmful materials so that we can make contribution to the protection of the environment. Regarding our recycling and environment-friendly activities, we are being currently updated of the new laws or revisions of the laws. So we are giving internal education for our staff about environment-friendly laws. At least once a year, we provide enterprise-wide education. And in partnership with relevant organizations, we are conducting case studies about environment-friendly laws. About 2 weeks ago, we invited a lecturer from the Korea Conformity Laboratories. As was mentioned briefly earlier, these photos show our activities that are related to donation and contribution. At the center of our business are babies and mothers. So we are supporting single unmarried mothers. So the families created by unmarried single moms are quite marginalized family types. So we are providing monetary support for children education or cultural support for them. That way their children can grow happy and healthy. In 2018, we started donating to Holt Children Welfare Foundation, and we are working with Catholic Charity Foundation. And recently, we launched a campaign to help childbirth of parents in marginalized families. And we are trying to increase the hiring of people with disabilities, and also we are trying to increase the percentage of female human resources. And we are trying to increase the number of people with disabilities in our company. When you look at the pie chart, about 68% of the entire human resources in my company are women. I'm so proud of this. And 47% of the executives consist of women. I am even more proud of this. The fact that we have 68% of staff being women, we are sometimes dubbed as a girls' high school. So this percentage is exceptionally high. When you look at top 100 companies in Korea, the percentage of female executives is 5%. So CJ and MRF Pacific are examples of companies with higher female executive ratio, but we have even higher ratio of female executives. But we plan to further invest to increase the share of female executives. And we are committed to the welfare and safety of our staff. So we believe that a good company is a company that promotes safety and health and grows together with staff. So we support our staff's self-development and ensure their mental and physical health. As was mentioned earlier, during the COVID-19 pandemic, we needed to adopt working from home system. So we encouraged our staff to work from home. So right now, even though we are not working from home 100%, but there's a risk of resurgence of COVID-19 cases, we are open to run a system where 100% staff can work from home. In terms of quality management, these are the internal efforts that we are making. In 2009, we declared the promotion of quality management, and we signed an MOU with KCL in that regard. Various tests and various certification efforts are being made in cooperation with the KCL, Korea Conformity Laboratories. And we received consulting services from the KCL to strengthen our protocol, and we also made our criteria and standards more rigorous and strict. Now, let me share some examples where we apply eco-friendly plastics. So the Ernave is a vegan brand name. So we applied eco-friendly plastics to the containers of this brand. To briefly introduce Ernave, our main customers are infants and babies. To ensure their health, to ensure they're not harmed by our products, we launched this product. And also, we are committed to minimizing negative impact on their future. So this brand is very much committed to protecting the environment for their future. So it is Korea's first double vegan certification receiver. From the beginning of the design stage, we focused on baby's skin. So we believed in eliminating ingredients from the product. So the raw material and ingredients of this product were given much thought, and even the container for this product were given environment-friendly consideration. As you see here in this slide, tomorrow, this Friday, additional moisturizer brand will be launched. Currently, we have 4 types of basic skincare products, and there are 3 types of baby sunscreens. So we have presented these products under this brand name. So all these products received vegan certification. So basically, they received double vegan certifications. So now I'd like to talk about the eco-friendly elements of Ernave. We focused on bioplastic containers. As was mentioned by Dongwon, recycled plastics were used. So our priority was to use PCR containers, which are recycled plastics. And also we wanted to make recycling easier. And based on that, we launched this product. These skincare cosmetic or skincare products inevitably use glass or tubes. But plastics are more convenient, so using plastic is inevitable for such baby products. So if possible, we are trying to use recyclable plastics. So if we have to use plastics, our priority is to use recycled plastics. And also, the labels attached on the products will include eco-friendly elements. PCR containers are kind of hard for printing and dyeing, so we attach labels. But if you add or attach labels on plastic containers, recycling is difficult. But we are using labels which can be easily separated from the containers by water. So once you finish up our product, you can put the containers in water, then the labels will easily detached. So we developed such technology and applied the technology in launching our products. So you can easily separate the labels and containers. In order to encourage the sorting of product waste, we are launching online social media-based campaigns. So there are primary packaging material, which is usually container or bottles, and the secondary packaging materials are boxes that contain the bottles or containers. So we used a PCR material for bottles, and for packaging boxes, we used recycled papers. So these recycled paper was made from tea bags. The tea bags were recycled to become paper. But still, the quality of printing and coloring is not as good as non-recycled paper. So we are working very hard with designers to address the problem. As far as I remember, we modified our designs and coloring. So it took quite long internal collaboration and internal working. Since we believe in this value, eco-friendliness is a key value for this brand name. So we worked very hard for such a long time. This is a picture that shows easy detachment of labels from the bottle. When you look at the left, it's kind of hard to take off the label from the container because it's quite adhesive and sticky. But if you put the whole bottle in the water, it can easily come off. So this label is completely detached and separated from the bottle. We conducted several tests, and the most optimal label was used for this product in user test. So we launched and currently staging social media-based campaigns to promote this product. So I constantly talking about printing and coloring. So when you use PCR-based containers, it is hard to have really good coloring, good printing. So we chose the printing and coloring, which are quite similar to that of adult brand products. We had internal guideline to use recycled paper. So all these guidelines are our commitment resulted in the development of these products. We actually gave up on high quality coloring. Instead, we worked hard to a fancy image and fancy and luxurious and classy printing and coloring. And we added some gradation to be classy designs. Would you please wrap up your presentation? Can I just cover one more slide? Aside from applying PCR plastics, we have other efforts. Pump and spring are also used for our containers. So we have recently identified a company that can work together with us to apply recyclable or eco-friendly materials for those items. And we adjusted printing quality. So for all the packages, we are going to apply soy ink or apply no ink at all. So we will find more solutions in that regard. Aside from skincare products, we are thinking about expanding our product lines to diapers and beddings. So we are trying to expand eco-friendly elements to those product lines as well. We are going to actively utilize biomass. So we are soon to launch the eco-friendly diapers. We are a small baby product manufacturer. So because we are small, there are not many things we can do, but we will start with things we can easily do. Step by step, we are going to promote eco-friendly ESG management. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much for your presentation. As a premium infant baby product manufacturer, it was a great presentation about Petite Eline's ESG management. Please give her another round of a big applause for her excellent presentation. Thank you.
Coming up next, we have Okan Lee, Chief Researcher of the KCL, and the Chief Researcher will deliver a presentation on ESG management and green portfolio. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Okyeon Lee. I'm the Chief Researcher at the KCL. Today's presentation is going to be about not KCL's own internal ESG measures, but rather other external companies' ESG corporation support service. So this is the agenda. So I will introduce my research firm, and I will talk about the definition of ESG, and also our ESG enterprise support system. So KCL stands for Korea Conformity Laboratories. So this is the integrated research firm converging Living Environment Test Research Institute and Dry Material Research Institute. So we work on all industries, including construction, energy, bio, chemistry, and environment. We have 31 business sites. We have a Qingdao branch, and we also have the test certification service in Vietnam as well. So we have the test certification infrastructure covering all industries. We also have the test and assessment infrastructure on bioplastic, and it is solid. We support small and medium-sized companies to conduct testing and assessment. In general, the areas including soil, marine, and anaerobicity, in terms of these aspects, we have heavily rely upon foreign entities and research firms to conduct assessment. But today, we provide this type of analysis and testing service for SMEs. Lastly, we have a bioplastic R&D and test assessment and commercialization center. And this center is being built at the moment. So in relation to bioplastic, we are working on many different projects. So I have heard a lot about ESG from previous presentations, and I will briefly define what ESG is. ESG has garnered a lot of attention recently, and ESG refers to companies taking environmental responsibility, and as a member of our society, taking social responsibility, and also economic responsibility. So based upon these, they pursue this management paradigm for sustainable development and advancement. So it's been 15 years since this idea was adopted by the global community. And investors from home and abroad have assessed this ESG status and performance to make investment decisions, which is why ESG has become an important topic. So when investors evaluate companies, they have focused on quantitative measures such as the balance sheet and income statement. But aside from those economic and financial performance, now they are focusing on social and responsible management. And environmentally friendly and socially conscious governance has become a market norm. The big corporations have this ESG system in place, but SMEs do not have this type of proper system in place because they don't have sufficient information. So it would be easy for the just ordinary public to think that ESG business or ESG governance only applies to big corporations. But big corporations, due to their supply chain management, they obligate subcontractors to follow suit. So in the future, it is going to be a necessity for SMEs to adopt the ESG system to survive. So today, the European Union imposes more tariffs on high carbon imports. So they have this carbon border adjustment scheme, and it is going to kick off in 2026. And initially, they will focus on 5 types of products, but the number will increase. In case of the state of California in the United States, they have adopted Green Purchase Act to reduce the carbon emissions. So many countries have imposed tariffs on carbon emissions, and more countries will continue to do this. ESG was adopted voluntarily in the private sector, and now is becoming a global norm. And as I said, next year, EU will adopt the carbon border adjustment scheme. And starting in 2026, it will kick-start. In Korea, though, starting from 2030, all KOSPI listed companies are obligated to make the ESG-related information publicly available. In other words, not only these listed companies, but also their subcontractors have to make their ESG information available. So SMEs who do not know much about the ESG and index, we are providing consulting services. There are 4 key objectives of ESG management. So it is going to be mandatory to publish a sustainability report based upon the obligation of public notice. And they will have to respond to restrictions on the global supply chain. And against this backdrop, the KCL will help SMEs and other companies to conduct the assessment and diagnostic services. So we will basically help these companies conduct ESG related activities based upon proper system, and we will help them also come up with the action plan. So based upon classification of ESG, we will also help them improve their ESG system, and this will be tailored. In this context, the test is very important. Within the sustainability management report, the verification takes up a big portion. So management system certification and test certification service is being provided by the KCL. And technology is being verified as well. So based upon the size of the subject company and the type of businesses they do and the industry they are in, we provide customized services. Once the company asks us to do the consulting services, we ask those company representatives to have a sit down with us and share information. By doing so, we will be able to see whether they'll be able to draft a sustainable management report or not. And also this report, if this report is needed, we will provide additional consulting services, and we will help you write up this report. After the report is written, we will help you also acquire third-party verification service. about 75% of the companies have their reports reviewed by the third party. So as you all know, greenwashing has become a social issue. So many companies market that they have adopted ESG management. And in reality, that is not the case. And this is dubbed greenwashing. So when export their products, it would be very critical to have their sustainability management report reviewed by the third party and verified by the third party, which is why we are providing the support services. And classification will also be conducted. So this classification shows where a particular company is at in terms of the performance in the practice of ESG. So this type of service, so this report, and also their performance, all these consulting services in the aforementioned areas is comprehensively provided, and this is a one-stop solution. At the end of this month, we will open up members-only ESG website. And so it is free to join this website. And once you do so, you will be able to acquire ESG self-diagnosis service. So we have utilized the Ministry of SME's criteria. So we have come up with 25 elements to diagnose companies standing. Please join our website and become a member, and you will be able to enjoy all the benefits that we provide. So we also pay a visit to companies to take a look at their performance and their current status, and we provide them with a status report. And based upon that, what type of improvement will be needed will be examined and verified. And based upon that, we will also let them know how to improve upon shortcomings. The report is based upon GRI standards, and over 98% of the companies are drafting the report based upon that standard. South, TCFD, GRI, these are main core indexes that companies globally utilize. But SMEs can simply use the GRI standards to come up with their analysis. We also have a guideline. Domestically, it is dubbed KSG. But this guideline mixes up the three previously mentioned guidelines. It would be nearly impossible for small and medium companies to cover all these criteria. So it would be quite difficult to draft a report based upon KSG. So we're trying to make it feasible for small and medium-sized companies so that they can meet the bare minimum criteria. So every year, we help them take a look at their current status. And if there's room for improvement, we also help them acknowledge them as well. So level 3 is the highest level of performance in terms of ESG. So the core of the ESG management system is the report that I have been talking about. So security and healthcare, energy, environment, and also corporate responsibilities and ethics, they are all covered. So there are certifications, and one of the most important things is the environment management system. We also have G part, S part, and these parts cover energy and safety and healthcare. SMEs also are helped by us to adopt the ESG management system. This management service scheme is done based upon paper. So paper-based assessment is done. So we also provide consulting services in this area. As I mentioned previously, by the end of this month, we will open up a website which is members only. So membership services will be provided for those who join us, which is free. And one of the benefits that we will provide our members with is the self-diagnosis service. By taking this diagnostic test, you'll be able to see your current standing and what you are lacking. So this basic information will be provided. And once you join our membership, we will be able to, we are planning on providing you with online free consulting service at least once. So we have key notifications. So if you take a look at them, you'll be able to enjoy more benefits. So this is the last portion. So ES management, you may think it seems too challenging to adopt ESG practices, and your industry is not fitting to adopt the ESG management. But this is not a brand new notion. We have always talked about green and low carbon product production, design, and management. We have always talked about it and thought about this. So the members of these production and creation have got together to come up with this solution and this scheme. So this scheme, once again, is not new. We have always had this in place, but we're now naming it ESG. So if you do this abruptly, it's going to be difficult, but if you do it step by step, it will be doable. So KCL is working on the white bio industry, and it has worked on many different projects.
The last presentation is from Mr. Ki-hwan Oh from Korea Bio. He's going to make a presentation about plans to operate white bio solidarity consultation bodies. It's very nice to see you all. I am Director Ki-hwan Oh from Korea Bio. Today, I'm going to talk about a white bio solidarity consultation body that is run by my association in partnership with Korea Petrochemical Association. On September 11th, U.S. President Joe Biden signed the administrative directive. It is about fostering carbon reduction and the circular economy. When you look at each component, it includes medical field, bio industry, and bioplastics. The United States is trying to increase investment in the white bio industry. In May this year, China also made a similar move. So each country is increasing their attention and investment in the white bio industry. In this regard, we need to think about how we can promote and facilitate Korean white bio industry. So companies need to work together and convene. So as part of those efforts, hopefully, I expect many companies to join the solidarity consultation body. As was mentioned, I'm going to talk about the current trends at home and abroad in the white bio industry and projects that require government support and our plan to run the solidarity consultation body. First of all, let me discuss the industrial trends at home and abroad. I think it's a recap of what was previously discussed. Globally, in order to achieve carbon neutrality and to address environmental issues, the white bio market is expanding. According to my research, the global bioplastics production capacity has increased twofold to 2.1 million tons as of 2019. It consists of 56% biomass plastic and 44% biodegradable plastic. For biomass plastic, PE, PA, PET, PTT are the order of market share. As for biodegradable plastic, the starch, PLA, PBAT, and PBS are the order of market share. BASF and NatureWorks and overseas major companies are leading white bio markets. And they adopt priority purchase and certification systems. So they receive such support from the government. But in Korea, we are lagging behind in terms of technological advancement and certification systems. So we have quite big gap with these leading companies. So at a company level, we cannot address this problem. So we need the government's active support. Last year, in 2021, we received support from the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Energy. So our association conducted a research project. So we conducted a survey on 40 white bio companies. Our survey items include the research trend, the competitors, and technological gap with advanced countries, and required government support. Let me briefly talk about our survey findings. As was introduced in the previous presentations, we collected feedback and opinions from white bio companies, and these are the results. The reason that companies are promoting white bio business is to respond to carbon neutrality target, and also in order to restructure their business in a way that is sustainable. When we ask them how far they are lagging behind with the advanced countries, they said they have 3 to 5 year gap in terms of technology. And what are the areas that require government support most? They said certification and priority purchasing systems and incentives are critically needed in terms of government support. And also, many companies responded that white bio infrastructure is not sufficient. When it comes to the items that need government R&D support, we researched by feedstock and by material. So starch, alcohol and sugar was the order of the answer, most answered. As for feedstock and by material, the companies also answered PLA, PBAT, BDO, PHA, need R&D support from the government in that order. When it comes to monomer, they said they need short-term support. And for PDA, they said they need long-term support from the government. So the policy efforts required from the government in the environmental regulation, the waste plastic regulation, and white bio wastewater treatment regulation, and the waste taxes. So in these areas, deregulation is required according to their responses. And also, they wanted the streamlined registration process and credit. And also the hazardous or harmfulness inspection and testing process should be streamlined as well, according to their answer. And certification support is also required. When it comes to R&D support, technical transfer, and R&D programs where companies can jointly research with overseas companies, and performance evaluation. In these areas, the companies answer that government R&D support is needed. Hopefully, the government considers these answers. And through the support with public organizations, they want the opportunities to grow required human resources. Domestic white bio industries and its current standing. Let me talk about that by figure. The MOTI and Korea Bio conduct research and surveys on 1,000 white bio companies annually. So white bio industry classification system is the basis for our survey. So mainly there are 8 categories of companies: biomedical, biochemical, environment, medical devices, and resources and services. So there are mainly 8 categories. When you look at the bio industry, there is a biosimilar and treatment antibodies. These are the major section. And diagnostic kits are also major part. And also service areas show the highest percentage. When you look at the biochemical section, it includes biodiesel and bio high polymer. So this section is the 3rd largest section. So biochemical is the 3rd largest section in the domestic white bio industry. So we researched how they are working together with external partners. So unexpectedly, as of 2020, biochemical and energy industries have been actively working in partnership with external partners. And still they are lacking in their endeavor and partnership or venture startups. But when it comes to research, they're working very hard with external partners. When you look at the production and domestic markets, production includes the production of products for domestic markets and international markets. When you look at the 2020 data, it showed a 13% growth compared to the previous year. So double-digit growth is quite impressive. It is hard to see, even in the manufacturing industry, it is such a phenomenal growth rate. When you look at the domestic market, that includes domestic sales and imports. So domestic markets inched up by 2.7%, which was quite narrowed growth. And we also asked them about the projects that require government support. Related departments and ministries, such as the Ministry of Science and Technology, are providing support in terms of white bio. But my presentation will mainly focus on the support from the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy. So the Ministry of Science and Technology and the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy are jointly working together to commercialize white biotechnology. The Ministry of Science and Technology is working on source technology development. And when it comes to the manufacturing technology and commercialization, relevant tasks are handled by the Ministry of Trade, Energy, and Industry. So all these projects should be carried out in a successful way. Then I believe the successful completion of those projects will lead to the creation and construction of plants in Southeast Asia. So now I would like to talk about the areas that require more endeavors and more tasks in the white bio industry. Bioprocessing-based, the petroleum-based materials should be further developed. And the relevant departments and companies should work together in this field. And also there should be efforts for commercialization. So these tasks should be joint projects between related ministries. Another area that I want to highlight is earlier LCA assessment and evaluation was discussed, but I believe certification evaluation is also needed. We need more credible, more authorized, more credible certification system. So once we have a credible LC evaluation system, it can be naturally linked to certification and incentives. So we really want the government to be actively involved in this process. So we need to identify and develop more tasks in the white bio industry. In 2008 and 2009, there was a price hike in oil. So bioplastic research was really facilitated at that time. McKinsey, a consulting firm, said if the petroleum price is $100 per barrel, bioplastic industry is quite promising. But when the petroleum prices went down, companies' investment in bioplastics went down. So some companies actually withdrew from bioplastic businesses. And recently, plastic waste and greenhouse gas emissions led to growing attention into white bio industry. But without government's drive, we might lose investment momentum again. So this is a critical time when the government needs to chime in and more actively involved in this business area. So the government needs to make more R&D support and lay out infrastructure. It is high time to make more investment in the white bio infrastructure by the government. Lastly, I would like to talk about our plan to run and operate a solidarity consultation body. In April last year, as you see in this slide, the MOTI and related associations and companies like GS Caltex and Lotte Chemical and CJ and Taesang and other bio companies got together and launched White Bio Solidarity Consultation Body. The objective of this body is to gather strength among related stakeholders. So companies are making their own efforts to promote white bio businesses. I'm aware of that. CJ and LG are doing their part, and Hyundai Oil Bank, Lotte Chemical. So large companies are working together with domestic companies and foreign companies to further develop this industry. But there's no systematic endeavor. So there should be some systematic and the detailed efforts with domestic companies. So for this consultation body, the MOTI is participating, and Kate is supporting R&D, and relevant associations, and my association, Korea Bio, is also participating. And to create relevant markets, we need some support from the government and from the industry. So we are collecting good ideas and proposals. But what's lacking is there should be more vibrant discussions in each subcommittee. So we are trying to create subcommittees in each field. This is our plan to create subcommittees. Mainly, we are thinking about establishing 3 subcommittees. First subcommittee is about biodegradable bioplastics. Second subcommittee is about petroleum-based plastics alternatives. Third subcommittee is about certification and other state-of-the-art biochemical material. So by each subcommittee, we are trying to facilitate and promote discussions. If you have better ideas, we welcome your feedback and inputs. So far, I looked at the overall plan of our solidarity consultation body. But the creation of subcommittees is really required. Once we have subcommittees, we are going to hold workshops and seminars. If necessary, we can provide the market research findings, and also we will give them an opportunity to promote their performance and achievement. So far, these companies showed and expressed their intent to participate, or some of these companies have already participated in the consultation body. I'm looking forward to more members. That way, we can create a successful public-private cooperation model, and they can engage in research to identify necessary tasks. That way, we can propose those tasks to the government. So I look forward to your much attention to the consultation body. And to facilitate Korea's white bio industry, let's put our heads together to come up with better ideas. With this, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much. Mr. Oh, made a presentation about how to facilitate domestic white bio industry, the fostering of human resources and businesses commitment, and also relevant research are required. Deregulation and incentives and research and development cooperation models are needed. So I hope Korea Bio will continue to make a contribution to the promotion of Korea's white bio industry. Thank you very much. With this, I'd like to conclude the plastic conferences that have been lasted from yesterday and today. So presentation sessions are over now. After a short coffee break, we are going to re-invite our presenters and speakers to the podium to start panel discussion. Our panel discussion will start at 3:15, and I would like to ask you to enjoy your coffee break and confectionaries we prepared. The panel discussion will be moderated by Mr. Jin Ju from Korea Plastics Association. For 2 days, during the presentations, if you have any questions, you could share your comment and questions in the chat rooms. So we have been collecting your questions. At the back of the booklet, there's a QR code. You can scan the code to access the KakaoTalk chat room. And also you can join the live chat box on YouTube as well to leave your comment and questions. And those who cannot participate in the panel discussion, we will receive your questions in writing and we will give answers in writing. And we will resume here again for a panel discussion at 3:15. We'll see you at 3:15. Thank you.
but you think everything's going fine. You sure got a funny way of showing it, so this is where I draw the line. If we could just solve all this confusion, if we could sort it out, we get through this situation, no more hesitation, focus on what we're about. Don't say sorry for who you are, endless apologies won't get you far. 'Cause I know that you know that we're in love, that we're in love. Don't say sorry for who you are, endless apologies won't get you far. 'Cause I know that you know that we're in love. Don't say sorry for who you are, endless apologies won't get you far. 'Cause I know that you know that we're in love, that we're in love.
So we will conclude today's presentation sessions, and we will reconvene at 4 o'clock, and we will commence our plenary session. So those of you who are joining us via YouTube, please join us again at 4 o'clock. Thank you. So we will now commence our plenary session, and we have Mr. Jin from the Korea Plastic Industry Cooperatives. He will be the moderator of the panel discussion. And first of all, I would like to introduce our moderator, and then I will pass the microphone on to him. So please give him a big round of applause. And Mr. Chin is going to take over, and he is going to proceed. Thank you so much for the introduction. And we are having this important seminar, and it is such an honor for me to moderate this session. So I'm the president of the Korea Plastic Industry Cooperatives. Yesterday and today, and we are having this meaningful event, and I would like to thank the KPIC and Incheon National University. Thank you so much for organizing this event. Before we start our panel discussion, so I would like to introduce our speakers. So I will introduce everyone from the left-hand side to the right-hand side. So Europe's Biotech President, and also EUVP's Chairman, we have Mr. Stefan Barrett. Please give him a big round of applause. And we have JBPA's advisor, ISO activity. He's in charge of ISO activities. So we have Mr. Yorimasa Suwa. And we have the Senior Director of Corbion, Mr. Francois Duby. Please give him a big round of applause. So Mr. Duby, before Mr. Barrett became the president, he was the president for about 9 years. So on the right-hand side, we have Eco Package Solutions. As you know, Ji-Hoon Kim is in the United States at the moment, so we have the vice president instead. And we have BGF Groups, Mr. Jong Lee. So we have a presenter from Ilshin. We have Mr. Jong. Last but not least, we have Mr. Park from Dongwon Systems. And today's discussion is going to be about the questions we have received for the past 2 days. And also we will get questions from you on the floor. First of all, each presenter who received questions, we are going to go ahead and answer those questions first. The first question is addressed to Dr. Suwa. So this is about bioplastic. Their scope is becoming wider, and it is covering durable products as well. So the downgrade standard trends, what type of trends are exhibited? So bioplastics downgrade related standard trends.
Downgraded?
So do you have any standards in relation to the bioplastics durability?
Actually, the standardization for the bio-based plastics in ISO has been developed. Sorry. Sorry. So as to the questions, actually, the standardization for the bioplastics in ISO has been developed only for the test method. And currently, we are now performing the establishment of the standard for environmental value proposition of bio-based plastics. As to the bio-based plastics, and also for the biodegradable plastics, there are so many standards has been already developed for the preparation of the samples and also the various types of test method for aqueous or inaqueous conditions. But recently, some proposal for the product, a specific product of the to preparation of the specific product standard has been proposed. So I suppose the various types of standardization of bio-based bioplastics, including durable use, will be developed from now.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Prangsa Devi, would you please add more to what Mr. Yorasawa answered?
Yes, sure. So thank you very much for the answer. What we see is that when we have biodegradable plastics, the standard is there to see how fast and how quick the biodegradable plastics will degrade in a specific environment. Could be in composting, could be in soil, could be in the marine environment. When we go in durable applications, of course, we are not looking for a material which is biodegrading in a durable application. So then we use different standards to check the performance. But these standards are the same as for traditional plastics. So in some cases, you need barrier properties for a water bottle, you need hydrolytic stability, you need temperature resistance. But these standards are not specifically for bioplastics, they are for all plastics the same, including the traditional plastics, including the durable bioplastics. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anyone to add more? Without anyone adding more, let's move on to the second question. The second question is about China's biodegradable plastics trend and policies. Let me read out the question first. Non-biodegradable plastics should be controlled and the biodegradable plastics should be supplied and encouraged. That's a really desirable way. However, as you said in the presentation, China's domestic disposable plastic production and usage is beyond your imagination. It's a lot. In the future, bioplastic will be further produced. Then how these biodegradable plastics, such as PLA and PBS, will be discharged after use. Among reclamation, burying, incineration, and composting, what kind of methods will be used for post-use treatment, and what kind of policy plans and technological plans does China have? BBCA's Mr. Pe could not be here with us, so the organizer will deliver these questions to Mr. Bae, and then we will receive answers and hand over those answers to the person who asked this question. Let's move on to the next question. This is about eco-package solution. Aside from PLA, PBS, and PBAT, can they be recycled? During the recycling, due to the high temperature, the physical properties cannot be modified. So this company is a very exemplary company in terms of recycling. So maybe that's why this question was addressed to the person from the company. Can you please take off your mask to answer?
Hello, everyone. I'm from Echo Package Solution. I will answer the question. So PLA, PBS, PBAT, these are obviously bioplastic, and you may think they are very special. But bioplastic is similar to conventional plastic based upon different types of resin. The production method varies. So PBS and PBAT, they are not used independently. As you know, they are utilized and they are compounded with PLA. So if they can be taken out and if they can be utilized independently, they can be recycled. But in reality, that's very difficult because they have to be compounded with PLA. And you'd ask if the material's characteristic of is withstanding towards hot temperatures, it may be altered when they are recycled. When it comes to PLA, we clean them and we turn them into pellets. And as Mr. Kim mentioned, if you take a look at your booklet, it's turned into pellets and is compounded with PLA. And when bioplastic bags are created, and the material characteristics remain the same. So if I suppose that's because we collect clean products like bottled water. So clear products do not change its characteristics. Thank you for your answer. Thank you so much for your detailed answer.
Let's move on to the next question. Question number 4. The question number 4 is addressed to Mr. Rhodes Ibsen from BPI. In BPI, there's only certifications for industrial composting conditions. In the future, do you have any plan to grant certifications for different conditions or different environment? Again, Mr. Jepsen is not present here. He made a presentation virtually earlier, so he could not participate in this panel discussion. We will separately receive his answer and we will hand it over to you. Let's move on to the next question. This question goes to Mr. Jung from Ilsan High Poly. Biodegradable plastics application to farming and its future development forecast. Ilsan High Poly's biodegradable molten films. And regarding this, what kind of field test items do you have? Would you please answer this question? Regarding field tests, we have yet to have standards items for field test. In many different conditions, we conduct field tests. So with bare eyes, based on our senses, we conduct field tests by collecting and capturing carbon dioxide. We conduct the tests in the lab to see how much carbon dioxide we received. And regarding disintegration, we measure the mechanical evaluation of properties. Usually after 50 to 60 days, the strength is lost. So mechanical strength measurement is the only item in the field test. After harvest, there should be another crop farming in the same farmland. We see if there are any remnants of the plastic films. So with our bare eyes, we checked any remnants. And if we find any plastic pieces, we mechanically evaluate them. And there are invisible areas, which is about biodegradation and soil toxicity and microorganism safety. All these areas should be tested inside lab. Currently, we are conducting those tests in the lab. The rural administration is actually supporting field tests. So regarding many items for field test, we were given the task to create field test items to see if a biodegradation is completed or not. So how long does it take, and for how long biodegradation takes? These will be further identified through the new task. Thank you very much.
So far, all of these questions have been directed to a certain presentation. And now we will move on to questions that are directed to all of you. The first question is about the biodegradable plastic eligibility standards per country and how the treatment processing is done. Let's say the collection method, a biodegrading method, and whether or not you have such facility. I suppose the eligibility standards are different per country, and that segment has been covered already through presentations. So perhaps the treatment processing segment is more interesting. So Mr. Duby, perhaps you can answer the question?
Okay, thank you very much. This is François Deby from Total Energy Scorpion. And if my fellow panel members have something to add, please do. What we see is that for biodegradation, there is the industrial composting standard in Europe, EN 13432. And this standard is very comparable to the American standard, ASTM D6868. And both of those are for industrial composting. There's different standards in different countries for industrial composting, which are very similar to these two. Why industrial composting? That's actually quite an easy question to answer. When you are recycling paper, you don't recycle paper at home. When you recycle glass, you don't recycle glass at home. So the composting is also best done by a company that professionally composts, and that's why it's called industrial composting. And they are a company producing fertilizer or fertile land. Well, they produce compost, which helps to fertilize the land, I should say. And that's why we have these standards, and they go to industrial composting. There's something to add from anyone?
Mr. Lee, Mr. Park, can you add more? Is there anything more to say? None? Okay. Next question. Korea's biodegradability standards are about barrier of waste in soil that is 50 to 60 Celsius degrees. It is not feasible in the natural ecosystem. And also, landfill sites are regarded as obnoxious facilities. So it is hard to secure those landfill sites. So without burying, is there any other way to process and dispose of waste?
I think this is an excellent question. there are different ways, of course. And when we look into organic waste, yes, composting is a good standard, is a good method, which has been widely used, industrial composting, which is not needing that much infrastructure. In principle, you have a big hole with a floor which is concrete or steel. You have holes in it and you blow air from below. And then you turn the compost around. And after 20 to 30 days, depends a bit on how you do that, you have compost which you can give back to the farmers, to nature. And that's working very well. That's widely adopted in Europe. I understand also in the States there are some facilities to do that. So this is a method which is working well. And then, of course, we have anaerobic digestion, which is creating compost, but also energy out of it. That is also working. There are some countries which are doing that. So these facilities exist. And I think we are globally at the beginning of a journey to change away from just landfilling, where we're not recuperating anything. Yes, there are some biogas possibility to do that, but it also requests infrastructure. You first have to seal the ground, and it's taking quite a long time, and you're not recuperating the compost. And the compost has two functions. Has the function of replacing some of the fertilizer, approximately 25%. This is a kind of a rule of thumb. But also we are fixating carbon to the soil. And this is helping us to reduce CO2 emissions. Question is, would anybody else like to add? Huh? I mean, François, you would like to say something?
If my microphone is working, there it goes. So in the question, I also read the concern about biodegradation at 50 to 60 degrees Celsius. And there's a concern that then it would not biodegrade at lower temperatures. So this is actually quite a strange question. So I speak for PLA because I'm most knowledgeable about PLA, polylactic acid. Polylactic acid is a material which has proven to be biodegradable. What does it mean? It means the PLA will serve as food, as source of energy for organisms, and these organisms will consume the PLA and break it down to CO2, water, energy, biomass. The same applies to a tomato. Think about a tomato. A tomato is biodegradable, and organisms can use it, even us can use it, to generate energy and building blocks. Now, a tomato for sure will biodegrade faster at 50 to 60 degrees. But it doesn't mean a tomato does not biodegrade at 10 or 12 degrees. Oops. So PLA has proven that in 21 days, well, I should say in 50 to 60 degrees Celsius, PLA biodegrades in 21 days. It doesn't mean that at lower temperatures it will not biodegrade. It just means it will take a little bit longer. And at a certain temperature, this is true, it will stop to biodegrade. If you put your tomato in the fridge at -18, the bio process will stop and it will not biodegrade. For biodegradation, you need a certain temperature where there is organisms around, and you need oxygen. So in a landfill, there is no oxygen, so there will also be no biodegradation because there's no oxygen. So that kind of hopefully puts you at rest that PLA, even when it's at room temperature and in a biologically active environment, it will biodegrade.
Do you have anything to add? Then, regarding the last question, our European panelists have given very detailed answers. Basically, our standards were regarded as a stumbling block. the biodegradation in 50 to 60 Celsius degrees, which is quite high degrees. So Mr. Francois Deby took an example of tomatoes, which are organic organisms. But just like if you keep them in the refrigerator, they remain fresh. There's no biological changes in the refrigerator, right? So this question, I believe, is also addressed to all the people in bioplastic industry and in the academia. So it's kind of long overdue. This is a hurdle we should have already addressed a long time ago. So policymakers and ordinary citizens, they should work on this problem. So what is the true bioplastics? We need to promote the concept of true bioplastics to policymakers and citizens. That's our future task. Through many channels and routes, we need to let people know about bioplastics, not just for composting, but also, as Mr. Stephanie answered, there's an anaerobic digestion way. There are many other ways to process bioplastics. So as the bioplastic industry is bigger, I hope we have more opportunities to promote bioplastics to the world. Now, we just received a question from the floor. Let me give you this question. EU's single-use plastic policy is different from Italy and France and other EU member states' policies, especially with regard to single-use plastic bags. Would it be possible to make single-use plastic bags with biodegradable material? This is about European cases. I believe our European panelist will address this question.
Okay, I try to answer first, and Francois, you add up later. And the single-use plastic directive in Europe was made as a directive, which means that each country will have to implement it separately. It was made with the idea to reduce plastic consumption and to reduce pollution. So they made a sampling basically at the Mediterranean beach and looked at what can they find there, and they found straws, they found caps, they found other things, and so based on this they basically said, let's limit these 8 different items, which you probably know. Now, because it's a directive and every country is implemented or is free to implement in a different way, Italy chose to say, fine, we look at it in a different way than, for example, Germany or France. Is it possible to do this application with bioplastics? The answer is, in Italy, yes. It needs to be a compostable plastic in order to be allowed. In France and the other countries, the answer is no. Bioplastics are treated no differently than the other plastics. And this is a bit the leeway which we have in the European Union, that when it's a directive, each country basically can implement it. And then sometimes the European Union gives a warning letter and says, this is not according to the spirit, you have to change. And sometimes there are even fines because it's then not changed. But in principle, the country decides how to implement. If the European Parliament makes a regulation, then legally all countries are bound to implement in the same way. But so far, as far as I understand, and maybe François, you have more in the area of bioplastics, this has not yet happened.
To say once again, very clear, because even in Europe, there's a lot of misconception under producers, consumers, and brand owners. So the Single-Use Plastics Directive, first of all, it's a Single-Use Plastics Directive. It's not a single-use plastic ban. So it doesn't mean that all single-use plastic items are banned. single-use plastic bottle or a single-use cup or a single-use face mask. These are not banned, but they are mentioned in the directive, meaning that some action has to be taken. And in many cases, the action is to reduce the number of products on the market, not to ban them. So in Europe, plastic straws, part of the Single-Use Plastics Directive, they are indeed banned, but other plastic parts like plastic water bottles or plastic drinking cups or plastic shopping bags, they only have a reduction target. So then it's single-use plastics reduction target. The second thing, as Stefan mentioned, it's a directive, meaning that all member states in Europe have to make their own law to comply with the directive. And each country makes its own interpretation and makes its own pluses and minuses. And we are very fortunate with Italy, which said, okay, if I need to reduce from the European Union plastic cups, plastic straws, plastic plates, plastic bottles, plastic shopping bags, I will go and reduce them, but I will make one step further for the sustainability and the environment. I will make it mandatory that all of the remaining shopping bags, knives, forks, spoons, plates must be biodegradable, must be compostable. So that's an extra step that they made in Italy, and in France they also made it partially.
So I myself have taken a look at the presentations which were delivered yesterday and today as well. And when the presentations were about directives, I was wondering about them, and now everything is clear, and I think Francois has clearly defined what directives are. So directives are not laws, but rather they are guidelines. So each and every country has to come up with their own policy and regulation based upon their laws. So as you can see, the Italy's situation and Italy's policies might be different from those of France. So you might not be familiar with this thing called the directives. And as you know, the European Union has multiple members. So this type of system is in place. So it is important to monitor the situation in the European Union as well. So we have covered all of the questions you have given us, online, offline as well. So do you have any questions at all? We would like to take questions from the floor. So would you raise your hand if you have any questions? If not, because we have used up our time, I would like to conclude this session. As we wrap up this session, I would like to make a few comments. So SK's presentation made me realize that we might not be able to live in a world without plastic. So you talked about basically the importance of plastic. That said, we have to think about the way to use it smartly. So that presentation made a great impression on me. And if we are to use them smartly, we have to think about the adoption of new materials, which is bioplastic. So we have to think about the importance of bioplastic. By conducting many different activities, we also have to, in a way, nudge the government to come up with policies in line with the reality, such as the certification and also the waste. The government has to be fully aware of the situation in the real situation. So I have taken a look at the exhibition booths, and there were some people from companies that I didn't know about, and I asked them how they got into this business. and they were working on the sorting business, the waste sorting business. And because the biodegradable business has bright future, which is why they decide to change the business. So, so there are many players in this market who have big ambitions. So I hope all of them can work efficiently, and we have to sort of come up with a proper foundation for them to work well. So I would like to thank all of you for giving us great questions. And once again, panelists, thank you so much for answering all these questions. With that, we will conclude the panel session. And I would like to thank the moderator and also panelists. Thank you so much. Please give them a big round of applause. For the past 2 days, we have had this conference, and we have talked about new policies and new regimes. By adapting them, we have learned about ways to reduce the usage of regular plastic. Korea, on the 24th, we will enforce the act which bans this type of the materials that are harmful to the environment. But it is still difficult to get the investment from the private sector. So SMEs in this biodegradable industry, they find it difficult to get the funding and subsidies from the government. So the regulation on the ban of the single-use plastic, we will have to think about what is actually happening in the field and taking the needs of the SMEs into consideration as well. With that, now I conclude this panel discussion, and I would like to thank all of you for joining us today. And those of you who have joined us via YouTube, thank you so much. In addition, if you need a presentation slides, please let us know, and we will email you those presentation materials. And next year, we will come back here with more interesting topics. Thank you very much.